John, we don't actually know which one caused the Co62, but it seemed that friction went after the Co62. It wasn't friction that caused that. But as you can see on the stream, there is a lot of frantic activity around that downforce pod at the moment as well. Yeah, Radtech, it has definitely spiced things up a bit, and it's a bit of a timeout. People can reflect. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when we get back underway again. Those of you on the stream will have just seen Jake Sanson running across the screen there. Jake, well, not really enjoying things though, but I think he's looking forward to getting into the car. Okay, we've got a bit of an update here with Pierce Pryor.
A bit of an update from the downforce team, as we thought we were going to be in a bit of trouble there with us sitting on the grid. We've actually got more fuel than once was originally thought, so we should be alright. It's just the fact that if we sit there for too long, we may run out, but I think it should be alright in the end. Jake Sanson warming up in the background there, you might be able to see, as he's rolling his arms over somewhat. Maybe he thinks it's going to be a physical stint for him.
Yeah, I know he's on the stream. We can actually see that footage as well, because we got the cameras from inside Simply Race there, showing what's going on the pods, and there you can see drivers getting ready to go back out when the race rejoins again. And I think the two pods which were involved were Pod 4 and is that Pod 4 and Pod 7? Pod 4 has rejoined in Pod 7, so it may be those two Pod 8 as well. Could be 4, 7 and 8, unless... Okay, so Pierce Pryor's going to have a look and see which cars are affected, but we think it's 4, 7 and 8. Pod 4 is the Storming Camel BMW Z4. Pod 7 is the Team Race Logic V-Box Ferrari 458. And Team 8 is the Friction Racing Aston Martin Vantage, the one that we saw have the difficulties. Yep. Yeah, that is the three pods involved in a simultaneous crash, it seems, of some description here at Simply Race. And Pierce tucking into one of his custard creams. As we say, we're sorted here. Pizza, custard creams. In the morning, we even have a continental breakfast awaiting us. And the size of that pizza earlier, I can't wait to see what size these croissants are going to be. They could be rather. And also, with the sun going down, the track temperature is going down. The ambient temperature, 21 degrees Celsius, that's the same with the track, so it's definitely getting colder and night is going in. And these cars being stationary at the moment means that the weather's not going stationary. The weather is still going to go at its natural rate. So it's actually getting darker as the cars sit there, which is another factor which teams have to think about. Oh, yes, please, I'll have a biscuit if you're after me. Thank you very much. Won't say no to a custard cream, as people who know me will say. Yeah, John Monroe sees Tom Brooks making his lem sip. I think he can have a lem sip after his commentary. Radtech could be there an hour. The race is going to restart at 7:45, which is in 15 minutes time. So the race will restart in 15 minutes time here at Estoril. And I'll just leave you a Piers quickly to run you through what's going on at the moment.
So the current race order, as we stand, under the red flag conditions, due to the pods crashing, is Pod 12 of Simply Ace in first place. Then in second place, I think we still have... Actually, no, we have Downforce Radio in second place, as you saw under the red flag. Then Friction Racing, as their pod broke down, are currently in third. Fourth place is the purple helmets of Ferrari, as they roll backwards under the red flag conditions. Fifth place. Who do we have in fifth place? I'm not sure who we have in fifth place, as the timing screens have gone down more under the red flag conditions. We'll keep you updated with what's going on. As we had an update on the text chat on YouTube from Race Control saying while we're racing, Race Control is going to say hi on the camera. We're going to have a full race restart, full rolling start restart. Apparently, there's a Dan Blake returns with some new information from the race.
Yeah, the positions and it's like the positions will stay as they are, and the differences on the laps. But we're going to have a full restart, so it'll be like we'll start the race all over again. We will have a rolling start, and then we'll get underway again for the last 5.5 hours. Well, not the last 5.5 hours. It'll be 5.5 hours into the race.
Should actually make extra drama.
Oh yeah, there is nothing like custard creams indeed. Chocolate bourbons, that would complete things. Oh,
if anyone's nearby and can drop us off in chocolate bourbons, that would be. You can get on the radio.
If you bring jammy dodgers and hobnobs, I will be grateful for the rest of my life.
any biscuit gifts are welcomed strongly.
Restart hype indeed.
Working very hard to get everything underway again. Should be underway in about 12 minutes now. As in sim racing and all forms of racing, there are technical issues with not just the car, but also in sim racing with the hardware and software. And the guys simply doing all they can to the restart hype we've had from Radtech. Yes, there is a lot of hype over the restart. Could be some interesting racing going on. Apparently it's going to be double file as far as we're aware, so effectively a race restart with just under 18 hours remaining, I think. Could be quite interesting with the Downforce Radio car now in second place, starting on the inside again, as we see Brad tucking into another slice of pizza. Is that I see, Brad? How is it? Is that your third slice of pizza now, Brad?
It is, yeah.
So yeah, obviously you're Simply Ace are currently in first position in the race. How are you enjoying the race so far? Once you've finished your mouthful of pizza, they're currently over a lap in the lead. If I'm right, seeing as Friction Racing have had their issues on the pod, that puts you just over a lap in the lead.
I'm not quite sure how it's all going to shake out now. I'm not 100% sure on what the rule is. We were over a lap in front. In fact, we were closing down to put 2 laps on third and second place, well, certainly on schedule for it in the next hour or so. This might kind of relegate us back to exactly a lap in front. I'm not quite sure. We'll find out in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it depends where. I think it depends where we restart the race from, because I think they'll backdate a couple of laps from when the first issue was, which I'm not quite exactly sure when that was.
Could be potential carnage, couldn't it? Restart like in the dark.
Of course, and Jake Sanson might be taking the restart in second place in the dark.
Why do you have to do this to me, Piers? This is not helping my calm.
Jake, you are a picture of calm. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, to be fair, I am looking forward to the restart. I think it will be. I think I'll be in a position where I'm actually a lot more confident than I thought I was going to be going in, because the practice I was very slow to start with. I wasn't really confident of what I could or couldn't do with the car. By the end of my 10-15 minutes of practice, I know what the car can do, and I feel like I know how to get on top of that slowly. So I'm just going to focus on keeping it on the road, and then if the speed comes, the speed comes, but I'm not going to push it. I just want to keep us 2 laps ahead of the guys in 4th place. That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah, I think we've had an update actually on the YouTube chat from the Simply Race guys in the race control saying they're looking to restart the race shortly, and it'll be a rolling start when we are back. So yeah, they've just confirmed that.
Yeah, it'd be good if the Clios come out. That we got on the feed at the moment.
That's going to need restarting as well.
Yes, it is. To be fair, I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do it. I think there might be I don't know whether we're going straight back to 0 laps and we're going from the order that we're going with only 17.5 hours to go. I don't know how that's going to go. That's going to be bloody scary if it's me that's in the car when we do that. Scott is quite tired, to be fair. He's already done 2 hours or so, and it's not really fair to ask any more of him straight away. So yeah, I might be doing a bloody restart, and I don't quite like the idea of that.
As the track temperature's falling as well, so cold tyres on a cold track.
I love you, Piers. You always make my life easier.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd point that out.
This commentary thing, you're getting good at it.
You do know which button is the headlights button, right?
Yeah, I'm just about aware of which pedal is which as well, so thank you for that.
Yeah, the middle one slows you down.
Oh, does it? Okay. I thought it was the ejector seat button, but there you go. Dear, oh dear. Well, at this point, is it worth taking a quick pause until we know exactly to the minute when we are returning? So let's do that. Sandbag Sanson will be first come, first
Oh yeah,
order.
so you've missed this out. We're going to get trending on Twitter #Sandbag Sanson because apparently you are quite legendary on the Xbox One. Or quite legendary for being, maybe not quite as quick as possible. But there are some rumours going about that you might actually be, you may have been sandbagging and fooling everyone just for this event. So you might actually whip out some world-breaking times. Can you neither confirm or deny this rumour?
I will confirm nor deny. But pizza does help keep me on the road a bit better. So I've had 2 slices, so that works.
2 slices.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Brad Philpot's on his 3rd, so maybe that's the secret.
Yeah, that must be the secret. Fat bastards win. I don't know. Well, I tell you what, folks. We'll wait until the race restarts. We'll come to that point in a short while, and we'll return when we know when the race is restarting. Until then, we'll keep talking on the visual feed, but the radio feed will take a pause. When we come back, we will be racing again. Downforce out for now.
The race control have told all drivers to stop their vehicles.
Very nice to see.
restart in 1 minute, 60 seconds. At laps. Yeah. Correct. But it won't immediately say that. You have to have time to do that manually. Right. Yeah, oh, on the track.
What about time of day?
That's a good point, actually.
We're going to start from this time, like as in 7:43.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I just realised it made a really good point about that.
Well, rubber level. You can put saturated, can't you? Because it is saturated right now. Well, it was saturated. It doesn't. It won't get any more rubber than it was. We weren't getting any quicker at all. So. 32.4 on a good lap on brand new tyres and 33.5 on existing.
Ready? Let's do this. Are you ready on the straight?
Attention grid, we're all non-essential.
Yes, it is.
Welcome back to the Thrustmaster 24 hours at Estoril, and what a sensational restart this is going to be. If you've only just joined us, You're about to welcome in the night shift with a lot of excitement here because the race has been red flagged due to a couple of pod failures, and we are going to have an absolutely incredible restart here with the teams in pretty much the same order that they were when the race was halted. So out in front it is simply Ace in the Corvette C7R that will take up the first position on the grid. Friction Racing will start second, and Downforce Racing will be third on the grid. It has been completely and totally neutralized, the race, so there will now be 17 hours or so remaining until the race gets underway again. And Radtech has just written Crash Fest first corner. We sincerely hope not, but the pace car is peeling off, and it is going to be the Corvette C7R that leads off on the grid. Friction Racing Aston is trying to get there to the first corner in relative good form. We'll wait until the lights go green. It looks as though the Corvette has absolutely leapt at it, and away they go. Green flag, a bit of a jump start there. Well, hang on a minute, because, well, that's a bit unusual. We seem to be still on the formation lap, and it's all gone a bit haywire. Are we on another formation lap, or what's happened? Yeah, it looks as though we're still on a formation lap here. So I think the race has not actually restarted yet, although some drivers believe it has. So this is an interesting scenario we're in now. I have a feeling that the teams are now being told over the radio by the race director, no, the race has not started. There you go. So the teams have now actually slowed down to a crawl. John Munro has written in on the chat on the YouTube feed. Can I check, do the initial lap differences between positions still count? Negative, they do not. So we are back to the 12 position order that we were in, but the lap differences do not count, I do believe. So it is going to be exactly as it was at the very start of the race, just in the positions that we were in when the race was red flagged. So the whole race has been completely neutralized. Simply Race has announced false start by one of the drivers, so we will go again. Radtech is actually watching, so tense. Yes, John Munro, it is a complete restart, I'm afraid. So we are going straight back to neutral. Unfortunately, John, all your hard work in the first stint is now undone, as we are having to completely reset the board. So here we go again with the 12 teams back into formation as they were before. Now, I don't know how up to date the board is for the drivers. I'm not sure anybody's really had the chance to update anything yet. So one thing I can tell you is that the Downforce Racing team driver in the last couple of hours of the race, Scott Woodward, has finished his shift, and we've handed over to Dan Blake. Scotty's here beside us now, and he can tell us about how things went. Scott, very, very tricky element of the race just gone for you, but you held on very well.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think the phrase is I'm surprised. I've surprised myself with how well I did in the stint. To be fair, the one thing I wasn't too keen on was the lack of vision from some of the traffic, because it was kind of, I know that the blue flags are there just for information, but at the same time it wouldn't pay some of the back markers to look in their mirrors, and there's no point actually battling anyone when you're under blue flags. But we're going to get restarted, so I may well leave you to do that, and then I can carry on a bit, because it looks like we're about to get underway again.
So, how is this going to work out for Simply Ace, Friction Racing, Downforce Racing, and the purple helmets in the first 4 positions on the starting grid? We look around, green flag, here we go. And it's a great start from Simply Ace at the front of the field. We look back, and it looks as if the Downforce Racing car is about to be swamped by the purple helmets Ferrari. Down the inside, not a lot of space left, but somehow the Downforce Racing Aston has held on to second position. The purple helmets Ferrari is still there or thereabouts, but no, Friction Racing has got 3 wide at turn 2, and backwards goes the Friction Aston. That has not gone well at all, and the Dodge Viper has been basically sandwiched in the middle of all that, and all of that carnage leaves in third position the purple helmets Ferrari in there in third position. Oh, that's a little bit cheeky. That's car number 4, the BMW, getting a bit of a nerve there from the Mission Motorsport Aston Martin there. That was a little bit close to the bone there, and here comes the Porsche Barracuda making its way up the inside on the left side. So all of a sudden we have a complete restart, as it were, and Barracuda to the inside of the BMW. This has not gone well. 3-car prang. Mango's Porsche's gone, and it's absolute carnage. This is more NASCAR now than it is GT endurance, and it's still going on. This is absolutely ridiculous how we've suddenly gone from a GT Enduro to a bit of a Mexican standoff here. All sorts of cars flying all over the place. The BMW rejoins. That's the, I think that's the Porsche that's gone through, and all of a sudden, the Downforce Racing Aston is in the lead with Dan Blake at the wheel. The purple helmets are in second. Race Logic are third. What has happened to the Corvette C4? There's another car spinning in the background. That was the Friction Aston again in the first lap. What, I have to ask though, has happened to the Corvette? Where has the Simply Ace Corvette gone? That was surely leading off, and by a long, long way, out in the lead. Where is the Corvette C7R now? Absolutely bonkers first start there. Triple One are in 7th position. Misfits have just got past them. There goes the Mission Motorsport Aston off the road. 2 more cars getting past them there. Oh, that's very close. Simply Ace down in 11th position. And the Misfits car down on the inside. Carnage once again on the Mission Motorsport Aston. Well, I might as well be watching the British Touring Car Championship finale now. This is absolutely bonkers. So, into the night, and look at the difference in vision compared to what we had beforehand. Night has fallen here at Estoril with 17 hours and 12 minutes on the clock, and everybody realises that all of the problems from the first race has been pretty much undone, and it's time to get going again. Wow, I have a feeling the replays are going to be off the scale here because there's so many incidents to talk about. And I can tell you there's more race drivers here complaining to race control than there has been in the entirety of the first few hours of the race. Every single team seems to have a claim to stake here. Disastrous, absolutely disastrous start. Let's have a look at this again. This is the most recent Mission Motorsport incident that we're going to look at again. This is Misfits on Mission Motorsport. Here we go, Misfits up the inside. This is for position, don't forget. And Aston Martin kind of turns in. You could say they didn't really see the Viper there, but that's arguable because the headlights were there. Mission Motorsport car has gone off the road, of course. Misfits has gone wide. Mangoes goes up the inside and takes the place. Triple One takes the place. Then Misfits realises, actually, I've got the inside line, and was quite a long way up the inside of the Aston. It's difficult to judge, really. I think that's 2 cars trying to go for exactly the same bit of room. Now, whether the officials are going to claim that that's a racing incident or not, I do not know, but it's one of many incidents on the first 2 laps of racing here in the Estoril 24 hours of Thrustmaster. It's been really quite carnage-fueled. Here is the replay again. The Aston goes off the circuit, off onto the grass. That's another incident, I think, of them going off the road. Now we're going to look at another incident here from the restart. This is the BMW, we think, in trouble. Getting out of shape. Oh dear, into the wall. So a bit of an incident there for the Camel race team, the Storming Camel, I should say. Back to the action. What are we looking at now? Well, we've lost the thread, unfortunately. Far too many replays to recall, so that's going to be an interesting replay later on. And after all of that, well, we think there must have been a timing error of some form because Simply Ace is actually leading the race. I thought they hadn't dropped out of the lead. I wasn't quite sure what was happening there. But Simply Ace is now leading. Friction is now second. Purple Helmets is third. 3 laps adrift. Downforce Racing are down in 5th place now. Race Logic. Well, what on earth has happened here? The timing screen has gone berserk. Lots of crashes. And the timing screen not being able to keep up with what's actually happening on the circuit. Now, that's interesting. So we're looking at the Misfits Viper. We're just in chase view at the moment, following back. What has happened here that we're watching with the Viper? Just going to have a look at another incident by the look of it. Here's what's happened. 2 or 3 cars. We missed this one. Yeah, we missed this incident. So let's have a look at it from the outset. This is the Misfits Viper, and are we going to see the Mangoes Porsche come alongside? Yes, we are. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That wasn't a clean move. And that there wasn't really enough space to make that move happen. Both of them reverse together. The Triple One Ferrari goes through, and they both recover in front of the Barracuda Porsche. This is Jason Plato fisticuffs hour, isn't it? Absolutely bonkers at the moment. Here we go again. Let's watch again. This is all really started when the Mangoes Racing Porsche saw an opportunity on the inside of the Misfits, and I have to say they weren't really far enough alongside to make that move happen. And it's kind of caused pandemonium ever since. Well, if you thought this sim racing larky was boring, even in a 24-hour race, think again. It's been absolutely action-packed the last 10 minutes or so. We're looking back on board with the Viper, I think this is, that we're on board with. Looking towards the 111 Ferrari. It's ended up being quite chaotic. I would like to see, however, what happens when the timing screen all shakes out again and we actually get some normality going. Well, that's the order as it stands at the moment. Simply Ace has done 1 lap. I think I know what's happening here. The race has restarted, but they are trying to add the laps that they have completed previously. I think that's what's currently happening. So we're back up. Well, Simply Ace is running in first again, Friction Racing in second, Downforce Racing in third. I think what we're trying to do here is put things the way they were originally, and then now that the race has settled down, they're trying to add back the laps that were previously completed. Now, I don't know if that is actually what is happening, but it would certainly suggest as though that is what is currently happening. Could take a while to put this race back into normal play again, but we'll just kind of have to see how the race plays out at the moment. But according to the time screens provisionally at this moment, Simply Ace are leading, Friction Racing second, Downforce Racing third, which is kind of where we were at the break, to be fair. Purple Helmets were fourth, Misfits, Race Logic, 111, Barracuda, Team Red Shirts, Mangoes Racing, Storming Camel and Mission Motorsport. So it's not quite the way it was when we left it, but certainly the top 3 are identical to the way they were when we left it. So I guess it's going to take a little bit of time to put the cars back the way they were before the red flag, which of course, if you missed that, the red flag was caused when a couple of the pods went down simultaneously. So that is something that's obviously out of our control. We've just had to restart the best as possible. Even Simply Racers come on the chat and said, well, that was an interesting start to say the least. Yes, it was. I think somebody called the Jason Plato and Matt Neal heavies to come along and shake things up a little bit on the restart. I mean, we can grin and giggle about it, but RAD Tech has written, are all the incidents checked? Well, considering there are more incidents in that 3.5 miles of racing compared to the entire first stint of the race, I would have probably thought no. But I would have suggested that there are quite a few teams that have quite a few grievances. Simply Race have said they're halfway through checking the various incidents, so they are on top of it. They know all the complaints that have been brought to them, and they are checking every one they possibly can. That's the great thing about the race control system we have here. They can literally replay to any point that has already been previously covered in the race and make sure that it has been checked thoroughly and it stands. Well, none of the teams, I don't think, has updated which driver is actually in their cars at this particular point. So that's kind of been thrown out the window, unfortunately. It says on the board at the moment that Chris Hunt is in the Mission Motorsport car. Tom Woodcraft is in the Red Shirts car. Scott Woodward is not in the Downforce car, and I know that because he's sitting right next to me trying to get his bearings again. Dan Blake is in the Downforce radio car at the moment. Ryan Ferris, half of the grid probably get a stop and go. Well, that is possible, I suppose. If enough teams have transgressed to that degree, then maybe they will. Half of them will get a penalty, but we don't know. That's the big question at the moment. So we're just trying to see how the race normalizes out, and when it has, then we'll have a better understanding as to how things currently are. But the timing screen currently shows that Simply Ace have completed 38 laps. Now, they haven't done that in either the first part of the race or in this latter part of the race so far. They've only completed about 4 laps so far in this latter part of the race, and in the first lap they went over 150. So I don't know whether that's their attempt to try and get us backed again. John Monroe, have Downforce lost an extra lap, showing us 2 down instead of 1? Good question, we're not entirely sure on that one. Ryan Ferris says everyone but Downforce gets a penalty. No. If we deserve a penalty, we deserve a penalty. But we didn't see half of the incidents on that first lap, so you never know. It could be 1 penalty for everybody over the course of the next half an hour. It just depends on how it works out. And that's a spin from Dan Blake. Dan Blake loses it into turn 3. So that is going to cause a little bit of a headache. He manages to get it going without losing too much time. I reckon that's about 12 to 13 seconds lost there. But he manages to get it back going again. And what I really want to see now, though, is the balance of laps. You know, how many laps have each team actually done? Because the timing screen is showing us one thing. The trouble is, there were so many incidents on that restart, they have to prioritize all of those before they lose the thread. And then they will probably end up adding the laps on when they get to it. Yeah, Radtech has just written the most sensible give it a while to calm down and sort it out. Simply Race have written, we are still doing the math on the grid order. So that's fair enough, I suppose. That could still take a while. Apparently, Downforce Racing is coming into the pits. Now that's interesting. That's a bit unusual. Well, we're trying to see exactly what is happening, but Ben Turner is giving an announcement to the field, so hopefully Scott Woodwis, listening to that, will be able to give us a bit of an update in a short while as to what actually happened there. And what's Ben said?
He said basically, according to them, they believe the positions as they currently stand are correct. But of course, if they need to make any changes, or if anyone believes that it's different, then they'll go ahead and look at it.
Okay, so the positions as they currently are correct. John Munro has written, to explain the 38 laps, it's because the car in last was about 34 laps behind. So the car in first was given an extra 34 laps to add to their total so that they can sort out the right differences between the teams. Okay, so that makes sense now. That does actually make sense in the long and short of it. And it does actually tally now with the right order. So it's as if, basically, the race has restarted with Simply Ace getting a 39-lap head start on everybody, which is kind of where they were when the race was red flagged. So that does actually work out correctly. Downforce Racing is still there in second, although there's more problems. Mission Motorsport and Race Logic getting a little bit too close together. And that's not the first time we've said that about either driver, either team, over the course of the, well, never mind the first part of the race, the first part of the last 10 minutes probably. It's been a bit more brisker Formula 1 than it has been Blancpain GT in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so, but they're managing to get things together now. Still a large queue of drivers at race control, hoping that those first couple of lap shenanigans are sorted out. And now Barracuda getting quite close to Race Logic on the way through there, so I don't think this has even been sorted out yet. And so now we've got Scott Woodwis is gesticulating because we have now moved up to second place, Downforce Racing in the Aston, now that everything has been sorted out. So for some reason, Friction Racing is down to third. Friction Racing did have a crash and lost a lot of time, so I don't know whether that's been added on. But anyway, John Monroe says, all beginning to make sense. And it seems correct now. Downforce ahead of Friction, yes, because Friction did spin on the restart. So that is correct. So yes, that would make sense. But, well, I have to say, out of all of that, now that the order is correct, fair play to the race controllers, Simply Race, for getting all those mathematical calculations done and sorted in the space of, 18 minutes and 23 seconds. Absolutely fantastic considering. So I doubt the FIA could do it that quick, let's put it that way. So, Simply Race doing an absolutely brilliant job of running the Thrustmaster 24 at Estoril. And now we're deep into the night, as you can see, 17 hours roughly left of the race. Simply Ace are leading the way with their man. I think it must be Michael Epps back in the car now. Yes, Michael Epps is back. Unfortunately, the board behind us doesn't really give us a massive... Well, I suppose it's getting closer to the right list of drivers. It could be right now, actually, because we've got Chris Hunt listed for Mission Motorsport, and I think that is correct. Tom Woodcraft is now in the red shirts, Porsche, as far as I'm aware. Dan Blake is the man in the Downforce car. The Storming Camel team, the BMW, that is now Kester Cook in the car. Fourth position, the Barracuda, that is Nathan who is in the car. Nathan Burton, so he's in the car, no problem. Jim Leake is in the 111 Ferrari. Then it's Race Logic, and it's Kristen Worley, known as Curly, in the Race Logic Ferrari. Then it is David Robertson in the Friction. I wonder if he's a relation to Charlie, actually. Purple helmets, Ian Redman, he's in the car. Then for the Misfits, it's Adam Cater, who started the race way back at 1 o'clock. Then it is the Mangoes. Dan Gannon is in that car at the moment, the Porsche. And then in the Simply Ace Corvette C7, just as at the start of the race, it's Michael Epps, the man who races in the Volkswagen Racing Cup this year for Team Hard. So good stuff there. And it's just about settling down to normality again. I'm not sure how we managed that, but we did. Well done to everybody at Simply Ace for getting that sorted, but it is now done and dusted. We are back the way we were at the red flag. John Munro has written, huge well done to Race Control for sorting it out. Awesome organisation. Do you know, I've been to countless indoor karting circuits who don't know their buttocks from their elbows by comparison, and these guys have sorted it out with a quick of the mouse and a little bit of computeristic know-how. So well done, absolutely spot on the mark. So the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril continues on. Very, very neat and tidy so far from the drivers after that little bit of melee. It has now settled down to normality again, and hopefully I won't have to lose my voice anytime soon. Otherwise I'll be a bit of a Tom Brooks, won't I? So we'll move on. I'm sorry, Tom. It's going to continue being funny. It really is. So the racing continues on. Deep into the night we go now. It's dark outside. It's dark on the screen. And that gives us the understanding now the 80s rock music seems to be filling the Simply Race 24 building, which means we're definitely into the night shift now. You can't have a night shift without proper 80s rock music to keep you going. Annoyingly, at the red flag, we actually had Bohemian Rhapsody playing in the background. That was very irritating. You could have had that in the background to hum along to. But no, that didn't really work out. Because everybody was too busy rushing around with their, arms in the air, flailing around wildly, trying to figure out when we were going to get the race restarted and how, to appreciate Queen's presence. So apologies for that. So we're watching the Downforce Aston at the moment. Dan Blake at the wheel for the first time. We've had 3 stints from them so far. John Munro starting, Piers Pryor second, and Scott Woodward third. All 3 of those drivers, by the way, double stinting, and it would not surprise me in the slightest if Dan Blake did likewise. A very, very talented sim racer in the BSR, the British Sim Racers community, as well as a very talented driver, rookie driver for the last couple of seasons, but took his first win last year at Castle Combe in the Bark Hyundai Coupe Cup. So a very talented young star, Dan Blake. Does most of his racing on iRacing, but R-Factor is a bit more of a learning curve for him, but he's taken to it like a duck to water, and his lap times are pretty quick actually, 1:36.8, considering it's a heavy car at the moment, and it's pretty much bone cold tyres compared to what they were earlier, considering we've lost 3 or 4 degrees Celsius dropping to night time. Yes, we do lose the temperature when it goes to night as well, so obviously that's going to make things a little bit more interesting as well. Surely this is a bit early in the race to be playing the final countdown by Europe, isn't it? Far too early in the race. Surely that should be like 5 minutes to go or something, I don't know. Timing, everything. So, Downforce Racing and Friction Racing, the gap between them in terms of lap time is 0.6 of a second. Simply Ace have come straight back into the race, and they're in the 1:32s already. That is just astonishing how they've done that. But there is going to be a bit of a battle going on, I think, between the Downforce Aston and the Friction Aston, and they've already had 2 pretty good scraps already through the race. There was that brilliant tussle between Dean Prescott and John Munro in the early stages of the race, and then once Darren Kirk got into the Friction car, he was battling out tooth and nail with Scott Woodward for a long time, and it was eventually, after 2 or 3 laps of contretemps, Scott Woodward who emerged on top in that particular tussle. And he even stayed out quite considerably longer to build up the gap between the 2 cars. There is the Friction Racing car with their man David Robertson at the wheel. We're on board with the Aston now. This rotational camera that they've clearly nicked from the IndyCar boys out in America. Very, very cool. We very much like the dynamic camera views here on the Thrustmaster 24 feed. Do keep your messages and your tweets and your interactions on the YouTube video coming in to us. We have got the live stream running on downforce-radio.co.uk. Just hit the Simply 24 button on the main page and you'll be straight through to the radio coverage and the video feed simultaneously on the Downforce Radio website. You can chat to us via Twitter at Downforce Radio. Use the hashtag SR24. Let's see how the tweets are actually doing at the moment, because we've got quite a few that have come through recently. Callum Cripps just did my interview on Downforce Radio for the Simply Race 24 with Michael Epps before our evening stints at around 8ish. That was before the red flag, so I don't know if that's still the plan. Jonathan Provost has written in on Twitter as well, watching the Simply Race 24 and practicing for the OEC round 1 on Live for Speed. Come on, Sandbag Sanson. I'm not that slow, come on. It's a bit harsh, really. I'm doing my best. I haven't had so many custard creams. Tom Brooks. So we're working our craft at the moment. Things are still going pretty shipshape and Bristol fashion for Simply Ace out in front. And the race action is properly rising to a crescendo now as we're well into the night. We now have 16 hours, 54 minutes and 30 seconds or so to go in the race. And it's going pretty well, to be fair. Can't really complain. I don't think anybody on the grid can at the moment. Was chatting to the boys at Mission Motorsport recently. Well, just during the red flag, I just had to catch up with them. They're absolutely loving themselves. They came here for a play more than anything else. They're loving the fact that they're actually doing better than they thought they would. And let's be fair to them. One of their number is only able to drive using hand controls. And considering that when he was blown up and ended up with the injuries he has. He doesn't even have all the fingers he has on his hands, so he's having to use maybe 2 or 3 fingers to do most of the work as well. Take that into consideration, folks, and give them a bow, because they really have earned all of their salt. It is absolutely brilliant, the work that they've done so far and are continuing to do. So we're deep into the nighttime stage now for the Thrustmaster 24 at Estoril, and at the moment it is Simply Ace out in front. Downforce in the Aston in second position. Friction Racing is third. From the purple helmets, 2 laps further adrift in fourth place. A bit of AC/DC, that's more like it. Team Misfits 7 laps off the lead in fifth place. Team Race Logic not too far down the road from them. That's probably going to end up being one of the closer battles in this stage of the race. Misfits in the Dodge versus Race Logic in the Ferrari. Then it's the Mangoes Racing Porsche in 7th place. Triple One in their Ferrari at 8th. Storming Camel are 14 laps adrift in the BMW. Barracuda are 16 laps off the pace, with Mission Motorsport in 11th position, a good 5 laps in front of Team Red Shirts. So it's looking pretty much normal again, and we're back to the way we were, but it's going very, very well indeed again for Simply Race out in front. And there is the comment on the board actually from Simply Race. You don't get this from race controls in other forms of motorsport. Back in Black by AC/DC is a great combo with racing. Yes, I think it might end up being our new theme tune this year, potentially. I can certainly think of great things. What would you, listening at home, great songs to go with racing, what would you drive to if given the choice? Your suggestions, please, on the YouTube feed. Oh, Scott has a suggestion.
Actually, extension of that, great night driving songs for like endurance racing at night.
Good call, good call. Great night driving songs for endurance racing. I would throw Daytona by Chris Rea into the mix there. Beautiful tune. So I think Daytona would work very well. I'll shout at Ben to find it later just before my stint, because that's very appropriate.
Make a list.
You're going to make a list? Yes, we need to make a list of this. We will make a list through the course of the night.
Surely through the fire and the flames for Dragon Force as well.
I like your style, Mr. Pryor. That's very good. Yes, 3 o'clock in the morning, blast that at full volume. Yeah, I like the sound of that. So yes, driving songs that are perfect for nighttime endurance racing. What would keep you awake at 3 o'clock in the morning in the middle of a very, very tough stint? Do give us your suggestions, please, via Twitter at Downforce Radio. Include the hashtag SR24, and of course via the chat as well. Simply Race has already told us about AC/DC Back in Black being perfect, a great combo for racing. What's your ideal artist, album or song for night driving? Personally, for me, it's Chris Rea all the way. Just put his entire back catalogue onto an MP3 player, plug it into the radio, and let me drive off into the night. I'll have a lot of fun.
Maybe not driving home for Christmas though.
No, not that one. It's a bit cheesy, isn't it? It's a bit cheesy. So we don't like that. He doesn't like it, so he just makes money out of it, that's all. So Back in Black plays on in the background here at Simply Race in the Thrustmaster 24 at Estoril, and we're still getting some intense driving out there. Oh, hang on. Radtech. Never mind the Chinese takeaway, Rad. That's not what we asked you. Obviously, pizza wasn't a good enough inspiration for him. There's still some pizza here, actually. Actually, that's a point, Scott. Have you had any of that massive, giant-sized pizza? Oh, yes, he's caught up. That's fine. That's all right, then. I don't feel... 2 slices? I don't feel so guilty now.
Not a patch on Brad Philpott, but on 3 slices, I think, Brad Philpott.
Yes, Brad Philpott, pro racing driver, person who defeated Sebastian Vettel at the Olympic Stadium, has got through 3 slices of pizza the same size as his face.
Check the Downforce Radio Twitter for the photo, just how big these slices are.
These slices are really quite massive, aren't they? It's obscene, but we love them. We're riding on board. We're riding on board with the Race Logic Ferrari, looking back as Simply Ace are out in front. Now, there's a big difference in the gap between the Race Logic Ferrari and... Oh, hang on. What is it, Woodward?
Rear wing's gone. Where's the rear wing?
It's a very good point. The rear wing has disappeared from the Race Logic Ferrari. Now, that's unusual. I wonder what's happened there. Well, the feed is being a little bit creative as well now. It's seeming to be a little bit sporadic. We're doing our best to keep it going all the way through. Looking up on board with the purple helmets. Oh dear, it's got close in the battle for second place again. This is the 3rd round of asking now between the Downforce Aston and the Friction Aston. They're having a great bit of a ding-dong at this moment in time. And for the 3rd time of asking, we're going to have this battle with a 3rd different set of drivers as well. Let's point that out as well, because at the very start of the race, it was Dean Prescott versus John Munro for their battle, which was eventually won by Dean Prescott. Then in the second mode of drivers, it was Scott Woodwiss versus Darren Kirk, and Scott Woodwiss won, so it's 1-1 at the moment. You did win, yes. Well, of course you won, Scott. The other guy pitted. That counts. Yeah, he spun 3 times. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. So, our rules, we win. So, Simply Ace leading by nearly 2 laps to Downforce Racing and Friction Racing. They haven't quite overtaken them for the second time in the mix, but this battle is going to intensify between these two. Incidentally, if you do lose the visual feed, until it comes back, you can use the audio feed from Spreaker that Downforce Radio is providing, and you could do that via the website downforce-radio.co.uk. So if you are losing the feed visually, then just head over to the Downforce Radio website, downforce-radio.co.uk, and you can hear and see what is going on. So even if the feed skips a beat or two, you can still refresh, and you can hear the radio feed as it happens, and that will give you at least a slice of what is actually happening. So also you can follow us on Twitter at Downforce Radio, and tweet us and use the hashtag SR24 throughout, and we will keep your chat going. We're trying to find out the ultimate driving songs for endurance racing at night, and I have to say, I wasn't expecting this one. I wasn't expecting George Ezra in Budapest for some reason. Oh, you got a good one, have you?
Control Alt Destruction by Aerocord.
Piers Pryor showing his death metal streak there.
They're not death metal.
It's garage, is it?
No, it's not garage. I think it's like Euro techno type. I can't listen to it for a while.
You're a closet Rammstein fan.
No, I listened to it. I can't actually remember, but it just the title just sounds great.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Piers Pryor has the back catalogue of Kraftwerk. Yes, he does. Just pointing this out now, and when he's in Formula One, we'll basically call him Kraftwerk. So continuing on in the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril, we're on board with the Race Logic Ferrari at this moment in time. Misfits and Mangoes are both faster than them at this stage, and the Friction Aston has gone into second place. We haven't seen that because the Race Logic Ferrari has gone through into 6th position, but the Friction Aston has moved into second place. Now I really want to see the replay of how the Friction Aston did that. We might be able to do that and see if we can pick up where the Friction Aston actually gained the place, but we definitely saw the Friction Aston move into second position. We just moved to the Race Logic Ferrari at the wrong moment. So let's see if we can get a replay of that in a few minutes' time. We might be able to see how the Friction Racing Aston got into second place, because that is a great little battle going on there between those two Astons. And Dan Blake has moved down into third position with their man David Robertson in the Friction car having moved back into second place. And now we've gone into madness, apparently. So madness. Apparently madness is appropriate for nighttime endurance racing, and I now feel like Dave Goddard is here in spirit, because it's baggy trousers that's gone on. Absolutely brilliant. Titanium by David Guetta, Piers. Oh, grow up, you're not 9.
I passed out by Tiny Temper. That one was
No. Adam Weller has written in, Sail by AWOL Nation is a good nighttime song. Sail? Sorry, did you just go, sail, and hope that was good enough, Scott Woodwiss? Okay, fair enough. He's also written, of course, St Elmo's Fire by John Parr is good for all occasions. I can totally and wholeheartedly agree.
That's like a peaceful one in the middle of a night, sort of like Brian Eno and Ending.
You don't want anything that's going to make you fall asleep.
Yeah, exactly. That would just make you chillax too much. I think you want something that's a bit insane, really. Oh, hang on. We just scrolled to a car in the pits there briefly. Now, I don't know why that is. I think that might have been the 111 Ferrari in the pits. Now, I don't understand what was going on there, but the Storm Camel BMW is there in 9th position at the moment. Dave Goddard is definitely with us in spirit with his baggy trousers going on in the background. So we're on board with the Storming Camel BMW, car number 9, and it's going very well at this moment in time. Piers Pryor's, I tell you what, Piers Pryor in Piers Pryor's Spotify is a bit insane. Oh right, code 62 is in force. That is the virtual safety car. So the virtual safety car has come back out on track again. We've had that quite a bit in the last few hours, and to be fair, when you get a virtual safety car, that usually means that a red flag might be on the horizon. So I hope that doesn't mean we're going to have another one. But I suppose we do have 24-hour races with red flags through them during the course of. So Code 62 is currently in force, but I hope that means we're not going to have exactly the same thing that we've already had happen another time. So it's such a shame because, you know, things were going so well up until that point. And it does look as though we've gone back into virtual safety car once again. And maybe, just maybe, we're going to go back to where we were before. I don't know exactly, but the boys at Simply Race are going to work and making sure that it's a temporary glitch and a temporary setback again. So hopefully we should have some more news for you on that one as the session develops. I'm not entirely sure who it is. I think it must be for that Ferrari that we saw in the pits. It must be that Ferrari we saw in the pits. I think it was the 111 car that went off. And the Storming Camel BMW has gone off the circuit under virtual safety car. Now that's impressive. I don't know many teams that could do that. But clearly Storming Camel can. They're in 8th position in front of the 111, but that is because the 111 Ferrari, I think, is the car that has failed. So the rest of the cars are still doing what they're doing. What is the Storming Camel BMW doing? I'm sorry, the Storming Camel BMW is going for an absolute nightmare of a run now. Rejoins the circuit, a couple of cars have gone by, and it's gone for a bit of a donut session at the moment. And I'm not talking about the driver, actually. So Radtech has asked what happened. Good question. We think that we've lost the pod of the 111 Ferrari. We think that's the reason why we're under virtual safety car, because the 111 Ferrari has suddenly dropped down the order. Sorry, I've got the editors of Kerrang sitting next to me, debating various different tunage on me and trying to figure out exactly what it means to people. And sorry, Piers Pryor, you can probably hear. What have you found?
One, Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat by Fatboy Slim.
Oh, for goodness sake. There's such children in this place. Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat by Fatboy Slim. I don't know. Watching a replay. Now, what has happened here? Right, this is on board with the Barracuda Porsche. Race Ferrari in front of us. That's the Mission Motorsport Aston going off. Don't hit the Ferrari, don't hit the Ferrari. It doesn't hit the Ferrari. We get into turn 3, into turn 4, and what happens? The Aston Martin goes off and spins into the side of us. Does it? No, not quite. And I think that's where we're at. So it's a little bit chaotic, at least. And we're doing the best we can in order to get us back to normal race pace. We are still under virtual safety car, although that is Barracuda playing pinball at the moment of it, so hasn't quite worked out for them. The shirts. Into the pits comes the Corvette leading the race. Now, you can, of course, pit under virtual safety car, but if you so do, then I've been told you actually have to take a 30-second penalty for pitting under the virtual safety car. So, and they've actually missed their pit. They've done a Lewis Hamilton and missed their pit. So that's an interesting one. But Simply Ace has decided to pit, and that could bring, well, considering they've got to take a mandatory 30-second pit lane penalty to observe, at this point, I guess. Well, no, they shouldn't do, because Mike Epps is still in the car. And John Munro has returned, so we have a full commentary strength back again. Hello, John.
Hello, Jake. It's been I've enjoyed watching the stream, and I'm absolutely delighted to be back now. And hopefully I'll be able to, if you guys are needing to go for a sleep or anything at any point, I'm here to join the comms. So yeah, I've been really enjoying it. Had our dinner, or well, I'd say it's dinner. You don't really have time scale food, do you, at the moment? It's more just whenever you get time, you get a bit of a sleep or you get something to eat. So yeah, got some food. I've still not had any sleep, but knowing the energy of this event, I wouldn't be surprised if it kept me awake all the time, you know. And yeah, happy to be back. Really enjoyed it, and looking forward to joining you guys for the rest of the race.
You've missed the world's largest pizza. How could you miss the world's largest pizza, John? This is bad form.
Well, for those who don't know, I'm not sure if it's on the Downforce public page, but Piers Pryor took a pretty good photo of Jake enjoying some large pizza, should we say? But yeah, I mean, I'll turn my anger and upsetness into speed on the track.
I have a feeling 2 or 3 days from now that'll go viral amongst the motor racing world, and I will have to try and find an excuse to my wife as to why that happened.
Yeah, well, the pain taken away from that pizza, to be honest, is kind of replaced by the whole nation we've created of hashtag Sandbag Sanson, which wasn't my initial suggestion. I should also mention it was Ryan Ferris, but I think we've started something here.
Unfortunately,
I just want to say hi to Radtech because I've been obviously following the stream, chatting away in the thing. It's good to be here now, and that chaos at the red flag. Can I just say, I know it's been said before, but absolutely incredible job by the organisers here. It would be so easy for it to go all wrong, but sitting there thinking of ways where we could possibly fix it, and I'm thinking, is there a way where the top drivers could drive around all the laps they were down and then work it like that? And they've managed to do an absolutely unbelievable job to get it into a completely legitimate restart, because we was getting quite frustrated thinking all of our hard work had been wasted. Downforce were doing so well early on in the race, and it did mean we led again, so we've now led twice technically, but not really. And I just huge amounts of credit to the organisers because they've done a superb job.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, there has been another technical glitch in the pod. It has died again for, I think it was the 111 Ferrari that had a dead pod. So that basically means that the race has been red flagged again. We've had some great tweets coming in. Damani Meccano has actually tweeted us, "Good luck all in the Simply Race 24. Why aren't you here, Damani? That's appalling. This is great training for your season in the VW world. You should have been here, mate." Also, Jonathan Provost, I think the food-to-face ratio should be the national assessment for motorsport events. Oh, Jonathan, you're absolutely finger on the pulse once again. Bless you. So we are at red flag again, unfortunately, due to a failed pod. We think it's the 111 Ferrari that has died. So the feed that you're watching is back in the Simply Race hub once again as we restart things. So you can actually see race control from this camera, and Bradley Philpott doing his audition for Britain's Next Top Model as well. He keeps trying to get on camera, not that I don't, but John Munro is waving at the camera at this moment in time, and there's a little bit of a delay, so you will catch it shortly, I'm sure. But it basically means that we're under red flag conditions, unfortunately, for a little while longer. So what we're going to do at this point is take another brief pause in the proceedings. So we will keep you up to date on the video feed. The radio feed will take another brief pause. But when we come back, hopefully we should have the race back up to speed once again. Do keep those messages coming in. Your tweets at Downforce Radio with the hashtag SR24, and the Simply Race 24 Twitter feed as well is at Simply Race.
Just to be sure, we were actually 2 laps in front of P2 and P3 before the code 62 happened, yes?
Okay, perfect.
12.83. Race start in 2 minutes. Drivers, we ready for restart? Tell me when it's, well, I'll know when it's in actually, to be fair. What position is consensus to be? So it should be 12, 8, 3, 9, 10, 7, 4, 6, 5, 2. Yeah.
Attention, road, we're all non-essential.
Can I just say, you guys did awesome job to get it, like the timing that sorted earlier, because I was watching it thinking, oh, it's got potential because it's so difficult to get around. I'm thinking, could you make the leaders like go forward 30 odd laps, but you did awesome.
It's doable, it's just like going straight on. Rubble on circuit, yeah. Let me just confirm the level of rubber. I think I put it at
Okay, folks, watching the video feed, we're just about to restart the race. We're going to hand over to John Munro and Piers Pryor, who are going to take their lead in commentary in just a few short moments' time. We're just going to try and get the radio feed up and running at the same time as well, so that the Downforce radio listeners have the benefit of hearing what's currently going on at the Thrustmaster 24. So that's going to be happening in just a few short seconds' time, but we are going to restart. And the restart is actually going to be in daytime. We think we've figured out the reason why things are continuously crashing, and it's to do with nighttime weather, we believe. So the race is going to be restarted under daytime settings, and that is basically what we're going to try and do, although we're going to try and do, but it almost appears as though we've kind of hit the reset button again. So we're going to try again and get folk in for this one, although your new commentators for the next short while are going to be two of the most famous voices in sim racing. If the Downforce persuasion, it is going to be our good friends John Munro and Piers Pryor.
Well, good evening, everyone, and if you've just joined us quite recently, welcome to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril, run here in Milton Keynes at the Simply Race venue, which has proven to be an absolutely fantastic facility, providing some superb racing so far. My name is John Munro, one of the drivers of the Downforce radio team, and I'm joined, as you have heard already today, by Piers Pryor. And obviously, Piers, a lot of interesting. Of course, this is our first time. We're not really meant to be the commentators. We're here as the racing drivers, but I guess we can try and hold the fort here while Jake and Scott get a well-earned sleep in some cases. And obviously, Jake's going to be preparing not too far away to get a drive, but obviously Dan Blake in the car at the moment. Obviously, we've had a lot of delays. We're just getting sorted here. We will give you an update on the situation. The race is meant to be run kind of following the real life time in terms of darkness and sunset, sunrise, things like that, and has been so far, but due to some issues with the hardware and a lot of pod crashes, it looks like we're actually going to be running the rest of the race in a light time situation. The time is still going to be the same, so there's still, I think, roughly around about 17 hours to go, something like that. But we are going to run in the full daylight conditions instead of the night time, just to prevent any issues with the pods. It did seem to start happening as soon as it went to dark, so I think they're just wanting to reduce the risk and get this race going, because if not, we're going to be here a lot longer, and maybe some drivers won't get as many stints as they were hoping for. So that's the situation. We're just getting the pods started at the moment to do a restart, and you will see a formation lap shortly, hopefully. Seems to have gone dark now, but we'll wait and see. Hopefully it will sort out soon enough. And I should also mention, they are going to actually, the race control have decided to take control of the weather forecast, so they're going to mix it up a little bit. And as we found out yesterday, testing in the rain could throw a few surprises in.
Yeah, it's quite cool actually. Obviously we're running the R-Factor 2 engine, and the track is real, and if it stops raining, then a dry line forms, and it's more grip offline if there's rubber down, and so it should show which drivers have got the experience.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely show, and myself and Piers were here practicing on Friday. It was last night. Sorry, I'm losing track of time. We're just all this stint talk and running through the night and everything. That it really does kind of kill the body clock. But yes, it was yesterday evening. We came for a bit of practice, did myself and Piers, and within about 10 minutes of the session, it began pouring with rain. So we've run a bit in the wet, and the track does get very treacherous offline, especially. It's got a very realistic weather system. So if the rain starts, the whole circuit gets wet very quickly, and then if the rain does stop, the dry line takes a while to appear, but it does start drying from the racing line outwards. So as we were finding out, some drivers might be wanting to stay out on wets a bit longer just to kind of get the security of knowing if they do run offline, they're going to be okay. Some drivers might try taking an early switch down to inters or even slicks and just try and hold the car on that dry line, because ultimately I'm sure it could be faster, but one mistake and you'll be spinning off into the gravel trap. So we're still just waiting here to get started. I'm going to see if I can bring up the live comments on the YouTube just so we can see if there's anyone asking any questions, so bear with us for a second. I believe you guys are still looking at the live stream brought to you by Simply Race. As you can see, that's actually what the facility looks like. You can see there all of the pods, well not all of them from that angle, but you can see a bunch of pods. The white lights in the corners, I'm sure you've worked out, is the triple screens that the drivers will be looking at, and right beneath you is race control working away. And we are just to the left of that actually. We're not far away from the camera at all, we're kind of just below it to the left, so we're not far away from the action. Everything's all in one kind of space. and I think that provides a really good atmosphere for racing, especially considering all your rivals are within meters of you.
Yeah, you can often hear if you end up being hit by someone or someone hits someone else, you can often hear an exclaim or a shout from someone like, "Oh, what are you pushing me off for?" It can be quite funny because obviously in normal racing you don't get that. You just get rude hand signals normally.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not like a very aggressive person, as to say. And there was a couple of instances where I was getting a bit frustrated with back markers early on. So I'd be following the back markers and I'd be going, "Oh, I wish this guy would get out of the race." Hang on a sec. Sorry, we're gonna just go quiet here. There seems to be a race announcement from the race control, so bear with us here for a second. Okay, it looks like we are finally getting going. As Jake Sanson runs over, have you got an update for us?
Yes, we are restarting shortly, so it's cue the Days of Thunder grid music, basically, because we are now getting underway. It's going to be awesome.
Yes, I love having Jake here starting the effects. We need the Days of Thunder. Bring the Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder on cue.
Great, okay, we'll just get back up so we can see the stream there. And we are ready to get going very shortly. Looks like some drivers on their screens seem to be out on track doing a formation lap. I think the server that we're looking at is just loading. I'm not sure, we're getting a bit of lag on the stream here, but it looks like you guys are still looking at the Simply Race facility. But hopefully we'll get underway very shortly. Just looking at the some of the chatting we have Rad Tech on, who's been here for a long time watching. It's good to see the commitment there, and he's suggesting there might be a Crash Fest Part 3. Well, if the last restart was anything to go by, I was also actually sitting in my hotel room watching the last restart, and I think out of the 12 cars in the race, about 7 of them ended up in the gravel trap, which was very interesting. And of course the timing systems were all over the place. So yeah, we could see another Crash Fest. As Jake, the way Jake is looking right now, I mean, he's an enthusiastic chap, but that would strongly suggest that we are really ready to get going here. And we're still. It seems like the drivers are on track, as you can see. Maybe I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe are they just getting a chance to get used to the conditions before we start here? Because this.
I think they're rolling up actually. I think they are rolling up.
Yeah. Okay. We're not quite seeing it yet, but we believe the drivers are actually doing the formation lap as we speak. So apologies if you can't see this. We'll let you know as soon as we see anything. Just looking at. Do you think, Piers? Actually, do you think you could take a nip over and see if they are actually on the formation lap? Okay, wait, no, actually, no, sorry, we're just okay. Just as I say that, it looks like you guys can now see the pods. We're having a bit of lag here, so actually we're just going to drop off here for 30 seconds to see if we can sort the stream to make sure we're seeing the right thing for what you're seeing, so bear with us just a second. Okay, here we go now. So looking like you guys can now see the cars on track. So we're looking at the white, green and black Ferrari. As I'm sure you struggled with earlier, I'm going to have the same struggles, I'm afraid, with knowing which team's which, because we've obviously been in the race to see. We don't have a clue. Which, you know, when we're sitting there as drivers, you just see the pod number. You don't know which team's which, and you're just focused on your own performance. So it's going to be an interesting one trying to call the names. We do have a spotter guide here, which hopefully will help us. But it's going to be definitely an interesting stint for us too as commentators here, because obviously we've had the experience in the driver's seat. We did start the race through the first 2 stints, so we've had knowledge of the dry and the light circuit from earlier on. As we see the Mission Motorsport car making it 3 wide on the start there. This is going to be interesting. We don't want to crash Fest before we cross the line, guys, but it looks like we are now underway as we look back at the old Barracuda car. So yes, safety car peels in, and it'll be Simply Ace leading away once again. Green flag is out. Friction Racing are in second. Downforce in third as the purple helmets car going down, looking on the inside. Dan Blake in the downforce. No, it's the Friction car covering the inside line, actually doing 4 wide into turn 1. Is it going to be another crash fest that is predicted by Radtech? It doesn't look like it in turn 1. Dan Blake runs a wee bit wide, but he's held it all together. And hopefully, like last time, the lap count will sort itself out. Race Control will look into that. So please ignore at the moment the position screens on the laps, because that should sort itself out within a few laps. As we now see the purple helmets Ferrari 458 defending from Dan Blake. Dan Blake, obviously the 3rd downforce driver with the racing experience alongside Piers and myself, so he'll be looking to do well here. He was kind of double stint. He was actually getting quite close to making his first pit stop there when the restart happened. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's on 55 litres. As we see the Dodge Viper off the track, I believe it's Team Misfits in the Dodge Viper. So they've gone off. And they're all heading now to and that's the replay, I think. Yeah, that is a replay, sorry, of the Misfits car. Just touching the grass on the outside of the corner and losing the back end. So easy to do on cold tyres, and with, especially with these guys having a break, getting back into it, everyone's a bit under pressure, everyone's a bit tense, and it's very easy to make a mistake like that.
Yeah, obviously the tyres have gone cold from the restart when their cars are all reset and then the rolling lap, so everyone has to be a bit careful. And when you're in close quarters like this and you're trying to gain those extra couple of metres on your competition, it can easily spin. As we're looking at on forward with the downforce radio car, chasing hard against the purple helmets Ferrari. Hopefully we'll be able to get a toe down the last as the Ferrari gets a bit sideways. Looks like we're not going to be able to get the run this lap, but it's good racing so far, and not as much carnage as predicted, I don't think.
Yes, this is all good. We're still on board with Dan Blake's Aston Martin on the front bonnet here, representing Downforce Radio, of course. But I believe, although the purple helmets car has got the jump there, I do believe we were a lap ahead of them come this time of the restart. As we see, is that actually the race pod car? Is that not race pod, Race Logic car? The V-Box Race Logic. We're looking at a replay there. Oh, it looks like more contact with the Mission Motorsport machine. Lost the back end across the gravel, really fast bit to go off. He's managed to keep it out of the wall, not that it matters too much with the invulnerability on. We'll take another replay here as we go on board with the 458. These guys have had such an up and down race. So it looks like they were ahead of the Mission Motorsports car at this point, headed to the last corner. Really difficult corner to keep the car in a straight line. They've run wide, it looks like. Mission have got a run down the inside. They've run them off slightly wide, so Mission could be looking at a penalty there. They just didn't seem to register the fact that they were there. They could have lifted, but didn't seem to lift, and it's cost the Race Logic team dearly once again. It's been such a mixed race for them so far, obviously having led for periods, and they've been kind of up and down, but I guess that's what you have to expect when you've got so many drivers racing for one team.
Yeah, it's obviously the cars everywhere, and it's really tight in the midfield there after the restart. So inevitably there are going to be some comings together, but we've done all right so far, apart from that one off with the Race Logic car there, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we're watching the Race Logic Ferrari still as we jump up there to the Mission Motorsports Aston. Just having a look at the cars. Piers is going to go see what's happening as we've cut back now to the Downforce Aston Martin of Dan Blake, chasing after the purple helmets Ferrari 458, which once the timing sorts itself out, I believe Downforce will be a lap, or maybe even 2 laps ahead of purple helmet. So getting a lot of onboard from the Aston, a lot of love for the Aston right now from Race Control.
Yeah, from Race Control, the Aston Martins are getting a lot of look in.
Down the outside, look, the 458 there, and Dan Blake's gone very deep into the corner, he gets it stopped. Beautiful defending there by Dan Blake, and he's actually probably gained himself time there by braking late trying to defend. And I guess that's how you learn in endurance racing as well, isn't it? You can outbrake yourself and then realise you made the corner fine, and then every lap from then on you can gain that time in that place.
Exactly, it's a learning process as you go along, as the track rubbers in, as the tyres wear out, you don't know where you're going to be next lap, you just have to use your best judgment, and sometimes things like that can help. Just an update from Race Control, the Mission Motorsport got a 10-second stop-go penalty for that, for forcing the Race Logic Ferrari off the track at the last corner, so they'll be serving that in the next few laps, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely. It's been definitely a lot of incidents for Mission Motorsports today, but as you were saying, when you finish your stint again, Piers, as the 458 goes around the outside of Downforce, if you can get that one stick, it's going to be beautiful, but a very difficult move to make. Is he still alongside? He is still alongside, and Dan pushes the 458 out. He holds it. That was a bit dodgy there, but Dan Blake definitely not settling for that. Actually, looking at the replay there, the 458 kind of cut the track a wee bit to get alongside the Aston in the first place, so maybe Dan wasn't happy with that. And the 111 Motorsport car, there's the Ferrari, there's the replay you can see now. The Ferrari looking around the outside, and Dan just doesn't give him the room. The Ferrari tries to keep his foot in it, and I'd say Dan did squeeze him slightly there.
I think it's probably a racing incident, I reckon, because the 458 wasn't quite alongside. It was just as tiniest of overlaps on the outside, so therefore I reckon it's probably the inside car's corner. We'll see what the race directions say, but I imagine that will be deemed as a racing incident.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, the Ferrari got such a good run on the way in. It did get slightly way alongside, but you do have to have your nose in front to be given, you don't need to be given the space if you don't have your nose in front. As we go back to live now, the 458 all over the back of Dan Blake. Oh, he's missed his braking point. He's smacked into the purple helmets car, and he has gone spinning. That could be an issue for the Aston. But to be fair for him, he's waiting already, so that's really sportsmanship stuff from Dan Blake, waiting for the purple helmets Ferrari 458 to get going again, and shouldn't receive further penalty. But just quickly going back to that last instant, obviously we're racing drivers in real life, and we know the sim racing applies in the rules apply in the same way for sim racing. You do need to have your car more than alongside. The front of your car needs to be ahead for the car to for you to be given room, and it looked like Dan still had more of his car ahead of the Ferrari, therefore he had the right to close the door. But at that time, that just looked like just a simple understanding there. Dan missed his braking point, slightly trying to defend, ran into the back of the Purple Helmets car, costing them both a little bit of time, but no huge harm done, and Dan did the sportsman-like thing and waited. But yeah, it's very interesting racing. There's still quite a few incidents going on, but not quite as mad as the last restart.
No, the last restart, obviously there was cars everywhere, and as we can see that actually the Viper of the Misfits Racing is now catching Dan in the downforce car. He's up for position. I think there might be a few laps down actually, but he is catching him a rate of knots. But yeah, that was an unfortunate incident with Dan Blake in the downforce car. He just obviously missed his braking point, ran into the back of Ferrari. But as you said, it did the sportsman-like thing and let him go back through again. And hopefully they can resume their battle on as the race continues.
Yeah, so we've got 16 hours and 8 minutes to go now. Of course, the fuel strategies are all going to be a bit confused just now because we've had 2 restarts in the last couple of hours, and every time there's a restart, the fuel is reset to 55 litres, I believe, with the maximum fuel allowed being 90. And of course, when you go to do a stint, we always fill up full with fuel, the full 90 litres, and try and stretch it as far as possible. But when the restart happens and cars go to 55, some beforehand will have just pitted and made a driver change, so would have been on 90 or so around that mark, and others will have been planning to come in the pits very shortly afterwards, so would have only been on about 10 litres, and that can obviously affect the way the driver changes work. It can affect the strategies and how long each driver gets in the car, and it's really down to the team's managers and obviously all the drivers to keep on the ball with it. It really is a mental challenge as well as a physical one, not just on the track, but with strategies and tyre calls and everything like that. I mean, we were discussing it yesterday. The information sheets provided by Simply Race have been superb, but you're really having to analyse kind of the tyre performance and wear rates and stuff like that to get the best out of the car.
Yeah, we've been given a lot of data from Simply Race actually. The simulator RFX2 has got a lot of data, and it's basically as close to real as basically you're almost going to get with all the tyres, and you've got loads of different compound tyres you can choose from. You've got the super softs, the normal softs, the S7s, the SH was sort of a hard sort of a soft medium, and then a medium and a hard. And we were discussing last night, John and I were which tyres would be best to run in the race, because the softer S7s may be quicker for the first part of the run. They might not have lasted. As we see, down sideways, he just got 2 wheels on the gravel and somehow saved it, but unfortunately he's lost the place to the Viper of the Misfits. But they are a few laps down, but he's lost track position to them. But as going back to the tyres, there's so much you can go on about. It's a lot of it's sort of like chess on a racetrack with the different strategies you can do. You could take more fuel, take different tyres, and it's really interesting. I think we found out that the S7s, sort of the soft mediums, are the way to go, because they do last a stint and they hold up quite nicely as long as you don't overheat them. But yeah, there's lots of options there for different teams to choose as well, because some cars might prefer the harder tyre. Who knows?
Yeah, obviously we were learning about these tyres. The information packs were provided to the team last night, and it was exactly what Pierce said. It is like a game of chess, really, because there's so many different decisions to be made off the track, regarding strategy and stuff like that. It's difficult enough in itself, let alone actually perfecting your driving and making sure you're taking the right lines and stuff like that. And it's the kind of information you look at first and you just think, oh no, what have I got myself in for? It's very hard to read, but if you spend the time and effort on it, you will manage to extract the information you need, and that's a real skill in endurance racing, is extracting the information you've got into the best possible kind of outcome. I might see if we can grab a quick word with Friction Racing's Darren Kirk if he's around. Do you want to come and have a word with us, Darren? Obviously, the two of us are doing the commentaries now, racing for Downforce Racing. You, of course, I've raced against you in the Apex Racing League many years ago, and you're competing here for Friction, and the two cars seem to be having a monumental battle through the entirety of this whole race for second place.
Yeah, it's a really good battle, actually. I think there was one stint where I was a bit behind and I managed to catch up. It's the best battle out on the track at the moment, isn't it? I think it's going to go on to the end of the race. So.
Yeah. I mean, we're if you guys are watching the stream, I'm sure you've seen the Simply Race controllers have told everyone that there's actually 4 hours until they're due rain. So missing out the night section, okay, it takes away one of the elements of realism from it, but there's nothing that can be helped. We'd rather have that than have the race not going ahead due to pod crash and stuff like that. It's actually much better. Obviously, it's a bit of a shame, but it does kind of throw it up a bit. And obviously, the rubber on the circuit's going to be interesting now to see how it develops. Will the car be quickest at the end of the race? As we're hearing an exclamation from one of the pods, so something's happened. But it does make it fascinating, and I think it's going to be a race. It's the leading Corvette that's gone off actually at Simply Ace. I'm just looking who's driving in that just now. It looks like it's Mike Epps at the wheel actually. So it's another incident with Mission. Yeah, he's made a late move on Mission Motorsport.
Yeah, I know Brad's not going to thank me for this, but that was a little bit of a dive bomb. It's quite a way back. So I mean, the guys submission, they're doing fantastic today. They have been a little bit slower than everybody else, but they've improved dramatically. I don't think we can really blame them for that one.
No, definitely not. I mean, that particular instant, it looked like Mike went for a really late move down the inside. The Mission Motorsport car turned in, but it just clipped the back of the car. So there was really nothing intentional on that. It was a racing instant by the looks of it. It's cost both of them, unfortunately. But of course, they've been driving so well. As you know, we've been second best in them all race so far. They've really been taking this race by storm. The three guys doing a phenomenal job.
Oh yes, Brad and Mike are regulars here at the centre, and they're normally battling out right at the very front. Arnou's come over from France. I think he's the race manager in some way. I know they're great friends. So they've got a really strong team. I do wonder how they'll feel 8 hours in on their stints.
Of course, there's only 3 drivers for the Simply Ace team, so they will find it tough. Just a final question, actually. When are you next out in the car, and how many more stints have you got to go? How many drivers do you have in your team, and how's it working out? Have you got a plan strategy, or are you going kind of as it goes along, you're working it out like we are? How's it all working out? Not to give away any strategy, of course.
We've got 5 drivers, so what we've been doing is mainly about an hour stint each. I think I'm in the car in about an hour and a half's time, and we're just rotating rounds. We haven't really got a fixed strategy, it's just who's there at the time. We've got all 5 of the guys in the centre now, so yeah, it should be good. It'll be interesting to see what you guys get up to.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck. We hope you lose. And really good to speak to you. That's, of course, Darren Kirk driving for the Friction Racing Aston, the battle of the Brits at the moment, as the Corvette's gone off again. Mike Epps again. Is it another instant with Mission Motorsport back markers? We're looking on board now. It's another dive bomb, and it's exactly the same. Mission have put the power down, and he's pushing him all the way. Okay, that one was a bit okay. I think looking at that, Mission Motorsport maybe should have lifted off there. They got a run on him on the back, and they just kept their foot in. It was like I'm trying to think of the incident in touring cars. Was it a yellow on Plato, I believe it was, or something like that, Knock Hill, where he just keeps his foot in until he spins, and they spun off later. So maybe Mission looking at a penalty after that one. That's going to be interesting to see what the race stewards decide after that. What was your opinion on that one, just quickly there, Darren?
Yeah, no, I think he's just a bit too far back. When I've come up against Mission, I've just given them a couple of extra corners just to see how it goes, and found an easier place to overtake. It might be a little bit more costly in time, but if I lose 2 or 3 seconds to them, it's better than losing 10 seconds by accidentally colliding, whether it's my fault or their fault. And that's the way we're approaching this, is we don't want to hit anyone.
So going back to where we were before we kind of got dragged away, it was great to speak to you. We do honestly wish you the best of luck in the race, and hopefully we can bring the 2 Astons home in a good position.
Yeah, good luck to you guys too.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that's Darren Kirk. Should be jumping in the car in, I think he said, an hour or 2, something around those lines. Do you want to bring Piers back in here? That's interesting to see there. Mike Epps, he's one of the most experienced guys. He races for Team Hard, but you have to say he showed a bit of, even though it's the second instant especially, you say that was maybe on Mission's part, but the fact that he's battling with the back markers the way he is, I know he's got a big lead, but it's kind of a rookie error from an experienced man.
Yeah, I think it was. They are. In the end, I think it was Mission's fault. They were being a bit. I mean, both times I think the Simply Ace guys were ahead, but at the same time, I think he did throw it in for quite a long way back. And obviously, especially after the first time, you know that they're going to be difficult to get past. He might have given them a bit more room. Obviously, he'll learn, and next time it'll be fine. But it's just one of those things in racing, I suppose. Sometimes some drivers are going to put up more of a fight than others, as the Mission Motorsport guys are actually in the pits now.
Oh, yeah, it's the Mission Motorsport have been awarded a 10-second stop and go penalty, which, to be fair, that second instant I would say is about right. It was interesting kind of comparing the two. The first one, Epps went from a longer way back, so you could say he's taken more of a risk on the way in, and Mission kind of didn't have as much to do with it. It was more of a racing instant, so that one quite rightly was passed by. But the second one, it was maybe less of a dive bomb. It was still kind of a bit risky from Mike, and it didn't pay off for him, but maybe Mission should have backed off a little bit more there. But they are doing a great job. They're still running around. They're not in last place either. And I mean, I know you were saying this, I think I was kind of part of the way saying this, and I got completely dragged off topic earlier, but you were saying in your interview after the stint, of course, they're struggling a bit under braking with using a lot of the hand controls that have been brilliantly customly made, I believe, in California. I might be wrong by that, but I remember seeing a comment on the stream. We've just had a question actually from Ryan Ferris asking if Sanson's driving yet, and if not, how long. Don't worry, I don't believe it'll be too much longer. Dan Blake started the restart for Downforce Racing on 55 litres. We've now been going for, I don't actually know how long we've been going. The time's been flying doing this commentary, but believe we've got another 10-15 minutes. Something. I'll tell you what, Piers, do you want to go do some more investigating? I'll use your young legs to advantage. Find out how long it'll be before Jake Sanson gets in the car. We are going to find out for you, Ryan, as soon as possible. That's downforce service for you. Although Jake is a difficult man to find, he's often running around like a headless chicken, but it's always for a great cause. We need to appreciate the amount of effort that Jake puts into downforce radio is incredible. Our newsman is back.
Dan Blake has
another dive bombing mission, and it's not gone right again. And that's the Misfits Dodge Viper. And Mission Motorsport really, everyone seems to be attacking them. Leave them alone.
I think that was definitely the Viper's fault that time. The Mission Motorsport completely committed to the corner, and the Viper just came in and overly optimistic on the brakes. If you watch a replay now, actually, that was never gonna. 2 into 1 just never go. But yeah, as I said, I was about to. I just been on a recce and found out that Dan Blake has about 33 more litres of fuel left, which will be about 20-25 minutes until the end of his stint. At which point we assume Jake the Sandbag Sanson, hashtag Sandbag Sanson, will get in the car and we'll see how he fares.
Yeah, so hopefully that's a good enough answer for you, Ryan. We look forward to seeing Jake in the car. I must say, Jake did a super job in practice. I'm going to embarrass him slightly. He came out of the pit lane in his first lap. He looped it into the pit wall. He then went straight to the gravel trap in the second corner, got around the third but spun on the fourth. And, okay, 2 laps later, he was driving not that far off the pace, completely on the circuit, and then within the next 15 minutes he was looking really good. So Jake's learning curve is so steep with this. He really is doing a great job getting up to speed, and we think, I mean, I don't know about you, but I think he's going to be just fine. And downforce, I think we've done some good stints early on, it has to be said. You know, Scott put in especially a great effort to kind of keep the car up. Obviously Scott, more known for his commentary than his sim racing, but obviously the guy can drive. You know, he does do his odd amount of sim racing, but we're seeing he's actually posted on Facebook since then that he's going to invest in a proper wheel and pedal set, because I mean he can clearly drive. He was right on the pace and managed to keep the car up in the top 3. We're about 4 or 5 laps ahead of 5th place, at least, maybe not 4th, but the purple helmets guy's running into a few problems there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Jake gets on. I don't know if we've ever seen Jake on Forza, but yeah, do you think it's sandbagging?
There is I've never seen him personally, but apparently there's some stories of his antics on Forza. So let's hope he's a bit more sturdy on here than he was on there. He's actually in practice. He was driving quite safely towards the end, and I think he will be a solid, safe driver. I don't think he'll be setting the world alight with his lap times, but hopefully he'll just keep it on the island and do his proud for Downforce Radio. He's obviously much more experienced as a commentator as we are as drivers, so we've had to swap positions for a little bit.
If we are struggling with the commentary, that's what Jake should remember. You know, he might be struggling getting to grips with the driving. We're ready to see. He might do a superb job, you know, but obviously he's feeling the pressure going into it, being the person who's probably got the least experience out of all of us. But then, you know, the role's also reversed as around the outside goes the leader. Brilliant lapping manoeuvre there from Epps. Managed to avoid contact that time, which is good to see. Trying to make up some of the time he's lost with those 2 instants. But to be fair, those guys have done such a good job. They're miles out in front. It looks like the lap count's actually sorted itself out now from race control. So we'll talk you through the order as it comes round on the banner at the top here. The lap should have sorted out. So Simply Ace, although it says lap 45, of course they've completed many more than that, but I'm afraid that's not going to be able to be shown. They are leading the race and have done from pretty much the word go. They've done a phenomenal job by 3 drivers there with Michael Epps, Bradley Philpott, and is it Rennie? Sorry, my apologies. Arno obviously doing a good job too. Friction Racing in the Aston Martin are 2 laps down in second. Downforce Radio in 3rd place, also 2 laps down. Then it's a further 2 laps back to the 4th place Ferrari 458 of purple helmets. Team Misfits in 5th, 7 laps down. We'll come to you in a second there, Bradley. We're just going to read through the order first. In 6th place is Team Race Logic, 9 laps off the lead. Mango's Racing is 10 laps down. And 8th place is the 111 Motorsport Ferrari, 15 laps down. 1 lap behind them is Barracuda, 16 laps off the lead, with Storming Camel 16 laps off in 10th. Mission Motorsport are 11, 30 laps off. And Team Red Shirts 34 laps off. We've been joined once again by Bradley Philpott, and your teammate seems to be having some interesting times with some of the back markers there, Bradley. I mean, the first incident looked like a bit of a racing one, but the second one, you know, you have reason to be aggrieved about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that can be done about it really now. But yeah, first one was kind of 50-50, although I still would argue the case if it was really important. But yeah, the second one we were definitely just pushed out of the way. So we've lost a bit of time, but we've got back our 2 laps in front. It's obviously really important if we're very nearly an extra lap in front that we actually do get the position. Because if there is a restart, a red flag or whatever, then we've got a whole hour's worth of work in front of us again. But right now he's back in front. Hopefully no more mishaps. You can't stop Mike from pushing, so They go for those half moves to lap people. Let's hope the rest of them come.
You know, obviously Mission Motorsport here racing, and a lot of, the money we're raising is all going towards Mission Motorsport. It's superb. I think the best view of the race so far is probably from the rear wing of the Mission Motorsports car looking back, because that has been some, there's been some very dramatic moments. The poor guy driving just now doesn't know what's hit him. Everyone's coming in from all sides, and it's a bit chaotic, but they're doing a superb job. And I raced at the Race of Remembrance this year, and hugely involved with Mission Motorsport and Help for Heroes, and a phenomenal event. Those guys, the amount of commitment they have to motor racing and the way they go about it and helping those who actually need the help and provide them with such a fantastic opportunity. It really is an incredible place.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the guys, they're actually doing a really decent job. It's just when you've got pace difference of several seconds per lap, then sometimes you get comings together, don't you? So there's no malice meant to any of the guys out there. No one's doing anything on purpose. But yeah, tensions can be frayed when people are fighting for tenths of a second in a very, very long race. So, and despite the fact we're raising money for them on the track, they're just another competitor. So they're being treated the same.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's the great thing about this event as well. You've got such a range of hugely experienced sim racers. The likes of Jesper Pedersen in the Team Race Logic car, and I know the Friction boys are very experienced as well. There is a huge amount of sim racing experience, but there's also a lot of guys in here for the first time, having a bit of fun, trying to get used to it. And of course, we all remember our first sim race where we ended up facing the wrong way, a lap down, and rejoining in front of the leader. It does happen, and everyone goes through their learning curves. We've seen it today. There has been a few mistakes, but even the leaders have made some rookie errors. Everyone's going to make mistakes, and I think overall everyone has done a superb job. So yeah, fantastic event, and obviously I believe everyone's having a great time as well.
Looks like it. I think everybody's coping. It's not very late at night yet, though, is it? So in a few hours' time, we'll see whether a few of the people in the room now will kind of disappear and it gets a bit quieter, and maybe everyone looks a bit more groggy. But at the moment, everyone's smiling and happy, all full of pizza. I've seen a pile.
I'm not. I missed the pizza.
Okay, there's still some over there, isn't there?
I was told none was saved for me, so I just went off in a huff and complained instead of actually checking. If you say so, I guess there'll be no commentary for the next 5. We'll be all good. We're looking at just now. We were looking at Downforce car. We're now looking at the Friction Motorsport Aston. But yeah, I mean, I'm here for the first time, and I've had an amazing time. I'm already, I absolutely love the pods. I must say, the software for R-Factor 2 is done a superb job. Obviously, we've had some crashes, but that can't be helped. These things always happen. And as you guys said, you did a lot of test runs, and everything went well. So it's just one of those things. As we look there, the Downforce car putting another lap on Team Race Logic's Ferrari, which was of course leading earlier on, but with so many different drivers in that car, it's going to be difficult for them to stay right at the top. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, the facilities have been phenomenal, and you have to say, race control, huge amount of credit to them as well, because what they did in the restart, I mean, I was sitting in the room just wishing I could get down there to catch up with what was happening, and given the circumstances, they did a phenomenal job to get it all sorted.
Yeah, it was very, very quickly turned around, wasn't it? So I know it was obviously like 5 or 6 minutes downtime, but everyone's back in the correct position, race is underway, a solution was found, and it's racing again. So it's definitely shorter than a lot of red flags I've experienced in real life, and yeah, no complaints from that side. Race control are doing an awesome job.
Yeah, so everyone's happy, really, to be honest. I mean, I don't see a single person in this room that's not smiling away. And as the night hours are, as we start to roll into the night time, obviously we're not going to be night time on track. These things happen. There's nothing that can be done about that. But I think the party will go on all through the night. Anything else you want to say, Bradley? Obviously, you guys, you're going to be back in the car at some point, given there's only 3 of you. What's the plans for the rest of the race, and just anything else you want to add?
Yeah, so in terms of our race, Mike's out there to the end of this fuel stint, and then I think he's going to do 1 more hour because it's been a bit disjointed. He was planning on doing 2.5 hours, but obviously with the red flags that's been changed a little. Then I'll be back in. The other thing I wanted to add was we're very focused on our own race, but it's nice to come and sit here and actually have a look at an overview of what's going on. I was going to ask you, what is the most exciting thing on track? I guess it's you guys and Friction. That looks like the closest fight at the moment.
Well, I mean, we were trying not to be biased, and I don't want to sound biased, but to be honest, yes. I mean, I'm a driver as well as you in this race, and I started the race. Therefore, after I finished my stint, I kind of watched it for a wee bit, went back and had a shower and everything like that. So I'm same as you in that it's really nice to kind of sit here and get an overview of what's actually happening, the different cars, because I mean, when you're in the pod, you're all focused on your own performance. You maybe are focused on the cars around you, but a lot of the time you don't even know who's driving the cars, and you don't know which team's which. It's really tricky for the drivers. You guys watching actually have a much better perception of where everyone is and who's all in what position, and which particular driver is actually in the cars, because as a driver you really are clueless sometimes. So it's as you were saying, it's really nice to get a kind of outside perspective and and see what everyone's doing and how, you know, we're sitting here commentating and I'm struggling to even wrap off the team names of each car just because we're so focused on being drivers. So, you know, it's one of these things, but it's just superb.
How far behind Friction are you guys right now? Obviously, it's done 48 and 47 laps on the screen there, but obviously, once you cross the finish line, it's going to go back to both on 48 laps. So, how far is it? 30 seconds or so? How much?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, we're waiting to see on the telemetry here. The Misfits Viper gets very close to the back of the Mango Porsche. But yeah, I mean, just to give you an overview of the battle so far, because you know, so far it's probably been the battle of the race in terms of you know, changing position and stuff. Just to give you an overview, I mean, I started the car, and obviously it kind of kicked off from the start because on lap 3, I think we got ahead of them with an overtake on lap 2, and then it was Dean Prescott at the time, and we had a bit of a collision coming together where he didn't quite know I was there and turned in and ended up with me in a half spin. But you know, it was definitely nothing intentional. There was no problems there, and he backed off and let me back through. So you know, that was all good. And then we had a good battle, and Dean got through. So then the Friction Aston started pulling away a wee bit, and he ended the stint about 8 seconds ahead. So I mean, 8 seconds in an hour and a half was, you know, there's not much between us. Piers Pryor took over the car, and I'm not sure actually who took over the Friction Racing car. It might have been Hardwick. Was it Chris Hardwick? And we had Piers in the car, and I think they ran into a few issues, and Piers ran really consistently and ended up taking the position back. So there was another switch there, and then Scott Woodwish jumped in the car and Darren Kirk jumped in the Friction Racing car. And you guys, I'm sure on the broadcast, I missed it, but I'm hearing there was a lot of drama there between the two of them with, you know, Scott. I believe Darren took the position, and then Darren went off and Scott took the position, and then they had a battle and Scott spun off, so Friction took the position back, so that was crazy. And then of course you had the red flag instance, so Friction were one of the pods that originally crashed, so we took the position back from them, and then they took the position back, and then the restart Friction spun off. So it's been absolutely incredible roller coaster. Right now, I think you're right, there's probably about 30 seconds between them, with Dan Blake doing a great job for Downforce, and
8 and a bit hours in, is it now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be watching whilst I'm out there. Obviously understanding you guys are fighting, and I'm sure no one wants to get in anyone else's way. Apart from that particular fight for the podium, which is nice, we've also got Race Logic and Misfits not too far away from each other. A little bit of a gap then to Mango's as the screen scrolls along. Let's see, the gaps obviously get bigger and bigger towards the back. Triple One and Storm and Camel aren't that far apart either, are they? So there are at least 3 fights within a lap, which is quite nice, and a lot of hours, 15 hours, 46 minutes to go.
I mean, that is the good thing about the restarts as well. Obviously, it's never great to have the gaps that did exist kind of neutralised, because, you know, it's always disadvantaging someone. But the thing is, given the situation, the most fair thing that could be done was what was done with the laps, and it means that drivers on the same lap, suddenly there was a battle right on again. So yeah, we know that was one thing that came out of the restart that was good. But yeah, there's a lot of battles going on through the field actually. There's not that many, you know, laps separating certain cars. As we see, okay, so the leader, as you can see, coming up behind Mission Motorsport once again. Can Epps third time lucky? Is he going to dive bomb this time? He's flashing his headlights.
He's going to be very, very wary because he's come across a couple of times. Mission have made that slightly easier for him by running wide. Okay, so that's hopefully done and dusted for another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's good driving from the Mission Motorsport car, kind of being nicely getting out of the way there of the leader. So third time lucky and we got there, but I should leave you to it, Bradley. I'm sure you're very busy. I'm sure you'll join us again later on, but thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck in the race. So we bring back in Piers, who's been doing all the running and the talking. As I've been sitting here lazily in my chair, Piers has been running around getting us, you know, is there any gossip, any stories to be had?
I don't think so actually. I think everything's pretty settled at the moment.
Any food stories?
No food stories. I've had about 50 custard creams, so I'm probably got enough sugar and fat in me to last about a week and a half. But yeah, that's. Has anyone got an answer on whether Jaffa cakes are cakes or biscuits? Because we were discussing this earlier on and we weren't sure. Because apparently, biscuits go soft when they go stale and cakes go hard. So if anyone out there knows, let us know on the YouTube chat.
I mean, it is probably the kind of biggest question as the race will develop.
I mean, in a 24-hour race, it's the question you want to know, isn't it, really? I mean, it doesn't matter about the racing. It's whether the Jaffa cake is a biscuit or a cake, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the perfect opportunity for some, you know, you guys that are watching this, that are regular Downforce Radio listeners, or even those who are maybe hearing Downforce Radio for the first time. We have a show on Thursday nights called Pitboard, which runs from 8 to 10, and there's always some interesting debates on there. You know, we've had, you know, what are the best driver, you know, food-related driver names. You know, we've come up with some kind of corkers on that front. So, you know, there's some good there is some kind of good laughs on Downforce, and you guys writing in are always great to us. I mean, we always get a huge amount of laughter from the comments that we're getting on the live stream here. And sorry, just looking at speaking of the live stream, actually, Radtex asked if the Misfits served their 10-second penalty, and I was going to actually request if Race Control could give them a mention, but they have actually said now that they have served the penalty. So the Misfits, for their slightly naughty move on the Mission Motorsport car, have been slapped in the wrist and are back out on circuit. So yeah, I believe, Jake, it can't be too far until Jake gets in the car.
We've been saying that for hours, but I'm actually going to go and check and see how
The
long.
hype is real. Sandbag Sanson is going to be getting ready. Yes, believe the hype, as Piers is saying. He's going to run off with his energetic legs to go and find out what's happening in the Downforce pod. But yeah, as you guys have been seeing from the live feed to the venue, it's quite dark here in the Simply Race pod. So you must say as well, Piers, it's very hot and humid. So as a driver, maybe it's not hugely, depending on your situation and how long a stint, it's maybe not hugely physically demanding. But you do get very, very hot and bothered. It's heat that's one of the main problems.
Yeah, because obviously normally when you're racing in karts or whatever, or cars, there's a bit of air going over you. So if you do get hot, then you get cooling out. You're sitting still in a room with computers and other people, and it does get quite sweaty in there. Just on news, we've actually had a driver change with purple helmets. Purple helmets have just changed, and Andrew Ashton is now at the wheel. So see how he gets on. But I also had a look at Darren Blake, and he's got a couple of seconds ago, he had 15 litres of fuel. So he should be 5 minutes or so, 5-6 minutes, maybe 10 at the most. Although, and at that point, Jake should be in the car, which I admit we have been saying for quite a long time. As Ryan Ferris says, blame Jack Villeneuve.
Regular Downforce listener. Obviously Ryan always messaging in his comments on shows like Pitboard and stuff. It's great to have his input. And yeah, Radtech's got a fair enough point there. Blaming the 12 GTX 980s for all the heat. That's fair. As we're looking at the screen here, sorry, we're getting distracted from the racing. Mission Motorsport making more contact with another car. Is that the Aston Martin in second place? It is the Friction Racing Aston. So that's not really gonna help those guys in their quest for second place. I should also apologise in advance if we've been saying the team names without saying the driver names more often. It's just because it's quite difficult. I'm quite a lazy person, turning my head all the way to go and see the driver names of the thing. As I look away, the friction car's off again. So those Mission Motorsport guys are really having a good laugh. Okay, I've done a Murray Walker, but it was a replay of the cars going off. So. Yeah, we're all good. Friction are okay. They're not. This is not another repeat of a double incident with the Mission Motorsport guys. But as we say, the show goes on. Guys, begin the hype. Jake Sanson is only, I'd say, about 6 or 7 minutes away from jumping in his first stint in the Downforce Aston. He'll be looking to hold on to that top 4 place that Downforce have. To be honest, Piers, obviously we're both in the same team here, so we can discuss our chances. I think. If we do, and I do think we've got a good chance of finishing on the podium, it would be a superb achievement for the team.
Yeah, obviously Downforce Radio is not an experienced team. I think, was it the first outing at the Download Karting Challenge at Autosport? Was that the first outing for Downforce Radio?
Yeah, and as Jake keeps saying, I'm sure he makes you aware as many as the mission goes for an overtake and he makes contact. That's a bit of a late break of maneuver for Mission. The Mission guys are loving this. They're watching and laughing away. But to be fair, they are laughing, but they're the car that's ended up in the gravel trap. But it's good to see them all good-humoured about it. They tried a late braking manoeuvre, or maybe just missed the braking point, struggling, potentially, maybe just struggling with the handbrake, and they hit the friction car. Actually, to be fair, credit where credit's due. The Friction Racing driver of, I believe it's Chris Hardwick's in the car right now. To make sure, I'll check. Yeah, it is Chris Hardwick. He did a great job there to get the car stopped, not panic, lose a bit of time, but it was worth it rather than getting T-boned off the circuit. So yes, very, very interesting stuff going on there. But yeah, what were we even saying? Talking about the team's chances, I believe.
Oh yeah, so Downforce, I think we're doing pretty well considering. We're still in third place, not that far off second. Team Friction Racing, and let's not forget, Friction Racing do race basically as high level sim racing as you can get. They race at the top level of R-Factor 2, and they race in the iRacing World Championship. So we're mixing it and run some top competition. Obviously, Simply Ace are up the road somewhat, but
we'll ignore them. Yeah, Bradley's part of Downforce anyway, so he's technically cheating by going their team.
Yeah, I suppose he is. But yeah, we're doing all right actually. I think obviously we'll have to wait and see what Jake Sanson does when he gets in the car. Yeah, obviously it's going to be interesting to see how he does. It could be worth a watch, I think.
I was about to say, either way we'll enjoy watching it no matter how he does. But we're not biased. but as you were saying, it is a relatively inexperienced team. I mean, we're here, as real life race drivers. This is our first time at Simply Race. I believe Scott Woodward has been Simply Race before, but never driven these cars on this track. And the likes of Jake has no racing experience, at all on this kind of simulated situation. And the same with Tom Brooks. So I think we really are punching above our weight at the moment, to be honest. And it's really good to see from just for a minute there. Since we're both racing for Downforce, I think we're allowed to be a wee bit biased for a minute, just talking about our chances. But yeah, running a really solid third place. Need to watch out for Purple Helmet behind, because they've shown flashes, I should say, of superb. And I'm just looking at Jake's. Is he doing press ups? Jake's doing some gymnastics over in the passenger seat of obviously warming up for his stint. He's actually doing handstands now, and he's just done a cartwheel. Obviously just trying to get his body ready for this stint. So he's going to be definitely quite pumped up for this one. Dan Blake will not be in the car for much longer. He's still, we don't have a very good view of the guys, but we can see kind of roughly who's sitting where. And
Jake tucked into another slice of pizza pre-race. That's obviously his pre-race routine. It's just another massive slice of pizza.
Amazing how he can eat pizza doing a one-handed handstand. That's very impressive.
I've never seen that before.
Actually, he's walking towards us. He needs to get concentrate. He needs to be back there, but obviously means that he's not coming in this lap, guys. Jake, see if we can, maybe we'll try and catch a quick word, or we should probably see if we can grab him very quickly before he goes out, just to kind of increase the nerves. But okay. He's not long, and we think that would be a bit cruel, so we've decided to leave.
Yeah, engage in deep conversation with someone. So
it's good to see his competitive side coming. I mean, he's always been competitive, but we've just seen the Friction Motorsport car coming into the pit. So that's the Friction Racing Aston Martin from second place, and Jake is here for a very quick word before you get. Jake, what colour are your pants?
They're blue, actually. Yeah. What are we on? What has it got to
the hype? The hype for.
Point of the night already.
I think it just began about 2 minutes ago, don't worry. But your arrivals are actually just coming for their stop, and we've obviously been going a wee bit longer on fuel, but during the reset that's kind of null and void. But you looking forward to your stint?
Well, we've changed the order a bit slightly, because Dan is looking good on a double stint at the moment. So Dan is continuing on, and then Tom is going to take over, because Tom is feeling a little bit. Well, Tom really. Well, no, the thing is, Tom is at the point where his voice is getting to him, and we really kind of want to use him while he's still fresh and while he's still got the energy. So we're going to put him in as soon as we can after Dan, and then I'll take what's probably going to end up being, I don't know, the midnight shift now. I think we're probably the first time we're getting up.
Yeah, I mean, basically Ryan Ferris's poor heart is just sank, because all the hype before your stint there, Jake, we were all getting excited. It's not the first time we thought you were going to be out next, but it looks like we're going to have to wait a bit longer, guys, before Jake Sanson does take the wheel of the car. But I mean, I totally understand that. I was listening to the broadcast from the hotel with Tom Brooks, and he sounded so ill. The poor chap is doing a superb job, especially
more than anything else, staying upright.
Yeah, and he did an hour or so earlier on with comms with me, doing lead comms as well, and without a voice. It's quite impressive.
It wasn't as if he was just sitting there giving an opinion. He was doing lead comms, and I'm sure you guys could hear the state of his voice, and you could tell he wasn't joking, because I was watching the stream and we could see him making his lem sip on the bar. So
because every single person here has either got a KX or a Red Bull or an energy drink or an isotonic drink of some kind. Bless him, Tom Brooks has got several cases of Lemsip. That's all he's doing to get.
We actually had to go. My dad actually did the very honourable thing of driving back to our hotel just to get Tom his Lemsip. So that's good teamwork at least.
Yeah, and also I think Tom's also been gargling salt water all day to try.
With a good story actually. He did. I believe earlier he popped into KFC just down the road to get some salt sachets that you could mix with the water, and we're telling him. I was suggesting that he paid them 50p. It would be a bit rude to try and ask for free salt, but racing drivers do what they have to do, and I see what you mean. I think it's really good to get Tom out in the car now while he's feeling okay, before we lose him completely, before he drops.
We've still got Scott to get another stint to go. Scott's got another stint to go, which will 90 litres. That's about another hour. Oh, sorry, Dan. I meant Dan when I said Scott. But yeah, Dan's doing a very good job, obviously. But yeah, with another hour, then Tom will probably do an hour stint, Tom Brooks, and then you'll do an hour, Jake. Am I right in saying that?
I reckon it's probably going to be that. I can't see me doing longer than about an hour or so in the car. Well, the thing is, I could do longer and get my time in, but if we're battling for a position on the podium, which we really are now, I'd like us to be, I know I'm not the fastest in the team by any stretch of the imagination. I'm sitting next to the two fastest in the team. So I'd like to lose us seconds rather than laps. Therefore, I think an hour is about the most I could stretch to.
The thing is, I mean, it's a team effort, and me and Piers were discussing this. We are in a genuine attempt here at making the podium. I mean, you can see that we're a good.
I don't want to waste that. You know, we're in a genuine shot of a podium finish here. I don't want to waste that.
But I do think you underestimate your own ability. We see we're on board. Is that the leader? I believe. Is it? It's the leader lapping Dan Blake, and Dan's he's just going to wait till the straights pull over. Yeah, either he's coming in the pits or he's pulled off nicely. He is going to come in the pits. So we watch the Aston Martin slow down to the 62-mile-an-hour limit as he enters the pit lane. Dan into the pits. I'm afraid it's not Jake Sanson taking over, but the good news is it will be our very own Tom Brooks taking over the wheel.
So he'll do another stint on the 55 on the 90 litres. He'll do another stint because he's feeling quite good as Dan. So he'll stay in the car a bit longer. Then it'll be Brooksy. Then it'll be me. So I'll probably be in the car in about 2 hours from now.
This basically means that Dan Blake's almost done a triple stint, hasn't it? Because he almost completed his first stint before we had the breakdowns on the computers, didn't he? So he's going to end up with nearly 3 hours in the car.
Yeah, pretty much. But he's one of the drivers in the team who can cope with that and without breaking a sweat. You know, his BSR career is long and plentiful in terms of success, and I like. Actually stayed out in front of the Simply Ace right to the end there. That will give him a nice psychological boost. I didn't let them go by. We're still in the hunt for this.
I mean, I was actually about to mention it. You guys both beat me to it, but we have to say it's a phenomenal job Dan is doing because he took over the car after the first restart, so it was a very tense situation. Obviously, the restart was hectic, as we stay on board there with the leader, Michael Epps. But yeah, the restart was hectic, and he's done the full. I believe he went through out the 90 litres. He went through about 75 litres of fuel, and he was getting ready for his first stop when the race was restarted. And of course, the fuel was reset to 55, so he's basically not only had his normal 2 hour and 10 minute stint, but he's probably had an extra around about 40 litres of fuel worth of stint, which is almost half a stint. So he's going to be, by the end of this, he's going to have done more than 2.5 hours in one stint, which is absolutely superb.
He's doing about 2 3/4 stint basically. So yeah, he's not tired, he's not sweating, he's not losing pace. So why take him out now?
Yeah, exactly. And I think as a team, it's been a great effort so far. But we need to looking at the race again. We'll have a quick overview of what's happening. It's as Jake fist pumps there and finishes his bit of pizza. I thought you said there was no pizza left.
There isn't any more.
Well, I requested some pizza to be saved for me about 2 hours ago, so I'm feeling quite hurt right now.
Have you not had any pizza yet at all?
I haven't.
Do you want me to go and see if we can find you some?
This is the best commentary assistant we've ever had. The best co-commentator there, Pierce Pryor, off to get me some pizza, and I think he has his priorities straight. So Simply Ace still lead the race after 60 laps. And we're looking at some comments here from Big Mac Racing. Is asked about did you do weigh-ins? Will it be interesting to post-race weight in after all the KFC? That is a very good point. Oh my goodness, what is that? Right, you know what? You need to find someone. Okay, you take over for a second, but you tell you what, you need to find someone who'll take a photo of that pizza and put it on the Downforce Radio Facebook page. You guys, we're gonna see if we can get a photo. Is it on the public Facebook page? Okay, right, guys, go on the Downforce Radio Twitter if you haven't already, and have a look.
Yeah, I tweeted I tweeted on my @Piers Pryor to @Downforce Radio with a picture of Jake Sanson with a piece of pizza next to his head, just in case you missed it. Just
bigger than his head.
It was bigger than his head, and he said this himself. This isn't me just telling you. He said he has quite a large head, and it was still bigger than his head. So just to see the amount of pizza we had. But yeah, I'll just take over comms while John has his first taste of this pizza.
Obviously, if you haven't already, have a look on Twitter and look at the size of this, because this is mental. But I mean, it's a bit of a shame. Us race drivers are taking over the commentary, and the conversation's turned to Jake Sanson's head and pizza.
Yeah, obviously you can tell we're not the most experienced. Yeah, I've seen the pizza face. Says Radtech. Yep, it is. I managed to take quite an unfortunate picture of Jake, and I have a feeling that will haunt him in days to come. The weigh-in, as Big Mac Racing says, do you do weigh-ins? It will be interesting to post-race weigh-in after all the KFC. Yes, as you're probably aware, there is a KFC basically on site, as well as many other fast food restaurants nearby. We've just had an update from Simply Racer HQ. Oh, okay. So we've had confirmation that a Jaffa cake is a cake and not a biscuit. Sorry. Anyway, we'll get back to the race as we're on board Mango's Racing. We've just had a spin at what we think is the last corner. Coming out of the last corner, they've had a spin, lost it under acceleration and gone wide. They've got going again. We see a replay now. Actually, in the Porsche, they've touched the curb. Straighting up. Oh, actually no. The red shirts Porsche was involved as well. They just tried to nip inside, got a couple of wheels on the curb and sent them round, but they're on their way safely again. It's another replay of the event there. It is quite a tricky corner, isn't it, John, the last corner, because it really does hurt the front tyres.
Yeah, and as you're driving around, especially in the wet, which we might see in a wee while, but it's one of those corners where you're always on the edge of grip as you're driving around. It's probably an interesting time to bring up, the driver's input into this, because you can actually change between traction control settings and whether you want, really strong traction control or low. I mean, GT3 cars in real life do have their own kind of systems that help them grip, so it's not as if people are just being I don't know what the word is, but timid if they're not using the traction control. But it's interesting to see, what drivers prefer. It's probably quicker to use a lower traction control setting, but it does mean you're at more risk of a spin. And the likes of the last car, you see the Porsche shooting straight off there into the left-hander. That's not going to help his lap time, that's for sure. But
the Mango's Porsche again going off behind the downforce car, actually just outbraking himself and going off into the gravel. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, not at all. So as we discussed, I think we used for me and you obviously did the qualifying session for downforce, and we both used low traction control for qualifying, because if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. It's more about getting that one good lap. But for the race, we've kind of shoved it up a little bit, and it does give you slightly better traction out of the corners. But corners like that last one we were talking about, it really can hamper you, because obviously the traction control kicks in all the way around. You're on the edge of grip, and it just causes that little bit of understeer that makes you struggle around the final corner. These guys may be using less traction control, put the foot down, it's a bit too heavy, a wee bit throttle heavy, and if they're not on the right settings and if they've not got the line quite right, it's so easy to make a mistake and spin out. And we've seen it a few times today, but honestly, as a driver's point of view, it's so easy to do that. I wouldn't hold it against them.
Joined by another driver here today. Tell us how you've been getting on today.
We're struggling with fuel.
So which team are you with, actually?
Purple helmets.
Your purple helmet. So yeah, the Ferrari doesn't seem to be quite as fuel efficient as some of the other cars.
Earlier we were doing about 40 minutes for full tank, and everyone's getting an hour, so we really don't know what was going on. But I think we've sorted it now. We've been having to short shift the last stint, and I think we're actually better.
To be actually on board your car now, robustly getting past the Porsche of Mango Racing. Yeah, I think you're struggling with the fuel efficiency of your car, because it's the Ferrari revs so much higher than the other cars.
Yeah, definitely. It's revving so much more. We are losing so much time down the straights. In the corners, we're having to short shift, so
we're just on board now. The slow-mo of the replay of the event as the purple helmets Ferrari goes past. Unfortunately, the purple helmets car must give the place back to the Porsche of the Mango's Racing. When are you out yourself next?
Next at 5 in the morning till 7. We're doing 2 hour stints. I've literally just come off, so
you've got the graveyard stint, so to speak.
Missing the UFC, so
oh no, you're missing the UFC. Is that you've done poorly on your team there?
No, I didn't realise that the two clash with each other, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, I've got the 5 till 7. It's a shame it's not. It's a shame it's for daylight at the moment. I was quite enjoying the dust.
It was quite nice actually when it was dark, and especially because it
as well. It was nearly a second and a half quicker, so I don't know why.
Probably the cooler air temperature, maybe.
Yeah, it just felt so much smoother at night. You're so much more focused. It's it's just you can just see the track. We don't have all the stuff around you. You just can focus on the track, really.
It felt right as well when it the sun was setting outside and it was all setting here as well.
A bit weird coming in at 5 in the morning and it being daylight. So
anyway, good luck in your next stint, and
so
well, sleep well. As we've just actually had, we've had a minor malfunction with the microphone. It's come unplugged. I'll just pull that and get back in. Okay, we're back online. Can just let us know you can hear us if because we did have a minor malfunction there. And John's back on again.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to take over lead quite yet. I just want to say something that's very important to do with the race, and that's if you go on Twitter and type in just #downforce, if you haven't already, you will be able to see the size of the pizza. I've just put a fresh one up of my slice of pizza that I'm eating. So if you go #downforce on Twitter, you'll find that, and it's proof of the size of the pizza. Sorry, I know it's there's other things going on, but that is probably the most important thing in the race at the moment. I'll hand you back over to Piers, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, right, so we're now following the leaders Simply Ace as they are romping away, as I have been for the whole race, taking some absolutely blistering times with a fastest lap of 1 minute 32.467. That is easily the fastest lap of the race, by 1.6 seconds faster than the next fastest lap by Friction Racing. They've obviously got it hooked up there, as Mike Epps is still at the wheel, and I think Brad Philpott is there sitting there ready to take over at the next stint. They've just been dominant basically from the start, haven't they really, John?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been the class of the field. Obviously, they've got 3 drivers, which in some ways is a disadvantage. But also, if those 3 guys are all hooked up, they'll be absolutely, unstoppable. They are going to get tired, but I think the 3 of them are all capable. I mean, we know Bradley Philpott. Obviously, you guys might know him as the man who beat Sebastian Vettel in the Race of Champions competition. And Michael Epps, of course, races for Team Hard. He's an incredible athlete and incredible racing driver. So, the 3 of them are all clearly highly talented men. And I think when you have a combination of all of your drivers being that quick, and obviously Brad's well familiar with the Simply Race software, which of course does come in handy. It takes you less time to get used to it, therefore you can spend more time really honing in on your braking zones and things like that. As we're hearing Jake Sanson doing an interview for, I believe it's television just behind us, so we'll leave him to get on with that as we talk about stuff like pizza and this guy. But honestly, Simply Ace have done a phenomenal job. They're leading by 2 laps, despite all their troubles. They've had, they were involved. Maybe they might have lost time with the restarts and also a couple of instances with back markers. But they're, to be 2 laps ahead of the kind of caliber of competition here. Friction Racing in 2nd place. As you said earlier, Piers, those guys, a lot of experience, not only with sim racing of all levels, but with Simply Race as well. So to be 2 laps ahead of them, at the moment, unless anything goes seriously wrong, they're looking good for a win. And to be honest, they fully deserve it.
Yeah, as you probably heard in the background there, Jake Sanson was getting a bit silly as he was being interviewed by our camera crew and getting excited about the size of the trophies. He's saying you could probably get maybe 3 bottles of champagne into those trophies.
I think something along the lines of 3 bottles of champagne was pretty accurate, yes.
Yes, that's the voice of Tom Brooks, is the hoarse voice of Tom Brooks.
The voice of whatever this is, I don't know, so terrible.
Yeah, well, anyway, he's struggling with... He's having more pizza, Jake. As we're about to be joined by Jake again, just quickly.
No, I've got some.
Anyway, we're on board again with the leaders of Simply Ace. So they catch the car of the purple helmets Ferrari as it just goes wide, actually. But it's amazing how consistent the Simply Ace guys are, especially Mike. He's just putting in lap after lap within a couple of tenths and not making any mistakes, which is really helping them extend their lead.
Yeah, and we've seen it from the start of the race as well. Even looking at the first few laps, I was the driver that started for downforce, and I was kind of involved in that battle for 2nd place. And by the end of lap 3, I think it was, Mike was already 8 seconds in the lead. We were all scrapping away, and he just consistently laid down a marker, laid down the times, and he can match it lap after lap. It really is phenomenal what that guy is doing. And as you say, the fastest lap's a 1:32.4. That's incredible stuff. They're just consistently pulling away. Just as we say that, I don't know if that might just be lag, but it looked like they smacked the wall a bit there, as you'll see on the stream.
Yeah, I think we should point out that the fastest lap ever done on one of these cars at this circuit before the event was a 1:33.3. It is now 9 tenths faster than the previous lap record. Obviously, that'll be partly down to the amount of rubber that's gone down, but still, that is an incredible time, and he's lapping within a couple of tenths of that, lap on lap, hour on hour, stint on stint. I think he's spent nearly 2 hours in the car by the end of his stint, so he's obviously doing an incredible job.
I mean, we're obviously racing drivers, and I think, someone setting a benchmark time like that, it only just spurs you on. I mean, I know that both of us, when we get our next stints, we're both going to be trying to get as close to that lap as possible. But I mean, it's such a highly competitive time that, as racing drivers, you always want to be the quickest, but that kind of thing is just a phenomenal effort. And it'll be interesting to see actually how different the track feels, because both of us, we drove in practice, we drove in qualifying, and we drove at the start of the race. But all of those times we had a non-rubbered in track, it was always very green. So now it's going to be interesting, I think, when we jump next in the car to see how the track feels.
Yeah, it'll be quite grippy now. I mean, going back to the Simply Ace guys, I mean, I came up behind Brad Philpott in my first stint, and I was trying to. He came to, and he lapped me in the stint, and he was only a couple of 3 tenths faster. But it's just the speed he can carry in and out of the corners just shows how much experience they have in this sort of type of car, and obviously the practice they've got in, and the time they've put in, which is a testament to their commitment to this race, and that's why they're in the lead by so far. We're now just looking at the Viper of Misfits Racing, going very smoothly at the moment. The driver currently for Misfits is it's Callum Cripps, who I believe races in real life a little bit as well. I'm not sure. He's wearing a Ginetta top, so I'm assuming he does, and he's obviously showing his real world skills on the sim here, and it shows just how close the sim is to real life, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we should probably do actually is I'll do a quick overview just so you guys know. I'll talk you through every driver that's in every car at the moment, just so you have an idea in case your favourite drivers may be in the car and you're not sure. So if I can just grab that for a second. You know, we're going to look at the guys who are in the car right now. In the Mission Motorsports Aston Martin, the current driver is Ash Hall, and if that's the same Ash Hall that's been in the car for the past few hours, he's had a very exciting stint, it's got to be said.
I think he's actually changed quite recently, because the driver that was in there that had quite a few incidents just changed over the driver in a couple of minutes ago.
You can almost guarantee he's gone to bed for a long sleep after that stint. As we look at the screen here, kind of been distracted from the race, and they're going to go 3 wide down the pit straight. Schumacher, Barrichello, oh my god! Oh, it's ridiculous! What an incident there for the Misfits Dodge Viper. That is the most dramatic moment of the race so far. They will be glad we have no damage on. Bradley Philpott can't believe his eyes. I'm glad we caught that. It was like a Schumacher, you know, this happened to me on lap 1, but it was like a Schumacher Barrichello incident, but it didn't work, and oh my goodness.
Went inside the barrier and flew, must have been 10 metres in the air in the Viper there. Thank goodness the damage is not, otherwise that car would not have been going again. And the Porsche of the guys from Mango's Racing was involved in that, was the instigator of that incident, I think, and hopefully they're both going again. Yes, they've all got going again now, so the race continues.
To be honest, I maybe need to see it again. We can't really make too many judgments on it without seeing it again, because obviously it was 3 wide. But oh my god, that was absolutely ridiculous. As Jake, oh my goodness, Jake's excited about his cookies. He's got a very excited face on. I know he always does, but that was special.
We've had a question from Ryan Ferris from America, I believe, and he's saying which car is the best on fuel? Well, actually, so far, as we heard from the guys from Purple Racing, their Ferrari is really struggling on fuel, only managing about 45 minutes apparently. They've got used to it now. They're having short shift and they're fuel saving a lot, which is losing them time. However, us in the Aston, I mean, I was fuel saving a little bit in my stint, but I was still keeping a relatively good pace, and I was managing sort of 65 minutes on a stint.
Sorry, very quickly to get in there, we're just going to look at one more replay. So, okay, you know what, I think the Porsche didn't know the guy was there. I think the Mango Racing Porsche, I don't believe he knew the Misfits Viper was there. He pulled to the right of, I believe it was the other Porsche to pass him. And of course, the Viper had such a good run that he went to the right of both of them, but as you can see, we're going to see it one more time. So we're on board with the Mango car, he's looking to the outside of the Martini Porsche. See, he gets a good run. Oh, the Martini Porsche struggles. Maybe he's going into the pits originally. The Porsche goes to the right. He doesn't know the Viper's there. The Viper comes out of nowhere, and that gap's just too small. And it takes the software maybe about half a second to realise how big an impact it was, and then it just bunny hops in the most kind of incredible manner. But yeah, that's definitely one of the most dramatic and probably most entertaining moments of the race so far. But yeah, going back to what you were saying about fuel.
Yeah, going back to fuel, yes, it does seem that the lower revving cars are lasting longer on fuel. The Corvette obviously is doing very well, but I think the Aston seems to be strongest on fuel, because I was following Brad and Mike earlier on, and we managed to go about 3 laps longer than them. So the lower revving cars, the Aston and the Vet seem the best. The Porsche, I'm not sure, because their stints have been a bit more erratic, but I think they're not too bad on fuel, but the Ferrari does seem to be struggling quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, going from our point of view, obviously, coming back to what we were talking about earlier with the information sheets we were given, we were actually given engine information. You know, this is how incredibly realistic the Simply Race stuff is. We were given engine information in terms of, you know, what point in the rev limiter that the power kind of stops working at its best, so basically the optimum times change gear, and we've kind of worked out that it's maybe optimum times change gear about 8,000 revs. Even though the car can rev to about 9,000, you actually get better power from around to 8,000. I think that's helped us in terms of fuel. I mean, we were able to go even longer. We were probably able to go about 2 laps, 3 laps longer than even the Astons, let alone the other cars. So you know, obviously using the information, you probably get better power. And sorry, we're just going to cut quickly because the leader looks to be lapping. We're going to put a 3rd lap on Dan Blake, and Dan Blake's very sensible. Brakes on the outside of the corner. Is he going to run wide? No, he saves it. He saves his credibility there. It was, you know, he did really well, took out the way of Epps and managed to hold on to track. So, you know, that's really good, safe driving from Dan Blake. But yeah, and yes, what were we saying there?
I was just saying that I thought Ryan was from America, but it turns out he's from good old Wiltshire. Oxfordshire here from Rad as well, so it's a very UK audience by the looks of it.
To be fair, I was in the same thing. I thought the same as you. Well, you know, all these letters from Americas. I'm pretty sure they're yours, Ryan. I mean, I don't want to look like an idiot here if they're not, but I maybe this is just a Jakeism or something. But yeah, I was the same as Piers there. So I didn't know you were from Wiltshire, so that's good to see. And Radtech is also from Oxfordshire, so a lot of love from the Brits. So I think that gives us even more reason and even more justification when we are a bit biased towards the Aston, towards Downforce. Of course, being a British team with British racing drivers. You know, I am from Scotland, but apart from that, it's all. But yeah, everyone else is English, I believe.
Yeah, I think our team's English, but we are a British team.
Of course, yeah. Well, British includes us all.
Well, Scotland are still in the United Kingdom.
Try to run away.
We try. You keep trying, but we'll see how that goes.
It would have been interesting. It would have been interesting to see if it had ended up splitting, what the car would look like. But yeah, obviously a very British team, and Downforce UK being a British. I know. Speaking of that, Mike Epps pulls alongside the Porsche. There was a bit of contact there. The Porsche obviously running what looks like a Downforce flag on top of their roof there, but Epps finally manages to put the lap on the Mango racing car. There's flashes from Dan Blake, possibly just letting the Mango car know he was there. But it must be, well, actually I was about to say it must be quite soon, but no, I'm talking rubbish. He's got quite a long way to go in his stint. So Friction Racing still holding on to second place behind Simply Ace. Downforce Racing are in third place. Okay, Mangoes have been given a 10-second stop and go penalty. Now, apparently it's for attempted murder, and I can't even say that as a joke because Simply Race officials have said that, so we're kind of going to have to go with that. So apparently Mangoes Racing have got 10 seconds stop and go for attempted murder. Who was that? What incident was that again?
I don't think we've seen that one yet. Well, hopefully we'll get a replay at some point.
No, it was for the pit straight incident, wasn't it?
Oh yes!
Could we forget?
Oh, that one. Sorry, I thought I was talking about a different incident. Yes, of course. Yeah, the attempted murder. That would make sense. Yeah, that was 10 seconds stop and go for the Team Mangoes.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller, and I'm glad I questioned that properly because I would have looked like an idiot. It's actually Ryan King that's writing in for Pitboard with the letters from America. We need Jake. We need Jake for this, Piers. We're not being at Downforce enough to know all the names and everything like that. So thank you, Adam Weller, for clearing that one up. Yeah, Ryan Ferris is a Castle Coombe guy. So yes, hello Ryan. Good to see you, and I'm very deeply sorry for the miss. Oh, just sorry to interrupt. Their Misfits have made contact. Obviously, maybe a bit frustrated after the incident earlier. I've just gone past the Martini Porsche. The Porsche is looking to come back on them now, and sorry, no, maybe that wasn't is that the Misfits behind? Or maybe that's the replay. Yeah. So, oh yeah, this is the replay. Sorry, coming into the left-hander. So they're going to brake much later than the Martini Porsche and just go into the back.
Way back, coming from a long way back. Oh, and they made contact on entry. I'm assuming they're going to have to give that position back.
Yeah, definitely not worthy of a stop and go because no one got harmed badly, but definitely worthy of, as you say, lifting off and giving back the position, which would be interesting to see. It looked like there was the two Porsches looked to be going side by side into the corner before. Those guys having a good battle. But just to give you a rundown of the positions, I don't think it's been changing much recently, but the gaps do seem to be coming down a wee bit. Excuse me, it's Simply Ace leading the way by 2 laps on Friction Racing. They're Simply Ace are 3 laps ahead of Downforce Racing, but not, it's less than a lap between Friction and Downforce. So Dan Blake holding on in there in third place in the Aston Martin. The purple 458 of the purple helmets car is in 4th position, 2 laps down from Downforce, and then Team Misfits a further 3 laps back in 5th place. So that Misfits car, I'm sure the driver is probably still recovering from that flight. A lot of drivers flew down to the event, but not many of them were expecting to fly during it.
Yes, that was very well put. But I suppose that's one advantage of sim racing, is if you do have an absolute monster, you're probably not going to come off with any injuries. Maybe just damage pride.
I'm trying to think of a question we can throw. Apologies for that. It's the pizza's obviously got to be. I'm trying to think of some questions that we can throw out to you guys watching, just in terms of getting your suggestions in. I don't know if you guys have been watching the BBC Formula 1 testing or following the live commentary from that, but there's been some really good topics, like things that Kimmy would find okay, and things like this. I'm trying to think of one, but I'm not a very creative person. I don't know if someone else can. This is where we need the likes of Jake and Lester to come up with some good ideas. If any of you guys have any suggestions for questions we could throw to you guys, please let us know in the comments, because we are keeping a rough eye on them. But yeah, the Misfits car, I tell you what, it's been a bit of an understated. The Dodge Viper, obviously it's distinct as the camera, the GoPro falls off the back of the Dodge Viper there, but it's, I have to say, actually, credit where credit's due. Those guys have snuck up into a very strong 5th position, and to be sitting top 5 in this race is by far and away no mean feat, and that Viper has been running very strongly.
Yeah, it was especially strong at the start in your stint. I remember they had obviously put probably one of their fastest drivers in then. They were running really, really high up the field. They had a little bit of a slump in the midfield, probably with a few incidents, but now they're clawing their way back and could be a force to be reckoned with towards the end of the race, I reckon.
Yeah, sorry, I need to apologise. I remember earlier I did start actually talking through all the drivers in the certain cars, and I got distracted after one driver, simply because we started talking about Mission Motorsport. So I do apologise. I'll try and run through it quickly before my mind is taken elsewhere. The thing is, we've still got 15 hours to go, so this shouldn't be happening already. It's kind of worrying. Good thing we've got a kind of rolling panel of commentators. Okay, so the Misfits have been given a stop-and-go penalty for an unsafe rejoin back to the track. I don't know if we saw that one, did we?
I haven't seen it, so we'll probably get a replay at some point in the near future. But anyway, going back to your driver list.
I've already been... Right, okay, let's do this. Okay, so Ash Hall's in the Mission Motorsports Aston Martin. Driving for red shirts. Those guys are bringing up the rear at the moment, so they'll be looking to see if they can close the gap to Mission Motorsport before the end of the race. In that car at the moment is actually Cam Tinkler with Dan Blake. We've probably been saying Dan a lot more, but that's simply because obviously us being part of Downforce Racing, we always know who's in the car, so that's maybe why we've been saying his name more than the other guys in the other teams. In the Storming Camel Porsche is Carlo Turner. It's funny how the handwriting on the board is actually getting more sloppy as the time goes on. Everyone just getting a bit bored of writing them. Barracuda in the was it Barracuda, that one. Nathan B is in that car at the moment. See, they can't be bothered writing the surnames. What are these drivers like? Honestly. In the triple I car is Ben Sharich, and Race Logic at the moment is Johnny Two Spins Holman. Speaking of spins, is this a replay? Oh, that's the oh no! That is the unsafe rejoin that we're talking about, is it? That is the worst. And you know what's funny? We were.
That isn't even. We just saw. I'm not sure if you've seen that, but the replay of the Dodge Viper coming reversing across the pitch straight, 90 degrees to the traffic, as it absolutely annihilates one of the Ferraris.
This Dodge Viper has provided the funniest 10 minutes of a sim racing competition I've ever seen.
The first day they were 10 metres in the air going at 150 miles an hour. Then they're going backwards across the pit straight.
Same place.
In the same place. So the pit straight is, if you're going to be a grandstand watcher, then you'd want to watch the pit straight, because that's where all the action's happening right now.
If you spot the Viper on the pit straight, please slam on the brakes immediately. So going back to what I was saying, actually, I was laughing at something else before we started laughing even more at that. Race Logic have written as their current driver Johnny Two Spins Holman. So a bit of banter going on there with those guys. Race Logic doing a great job. Obviously, as we said earlier, lots of different drivers, and they've got some of the quickest drivers, but I'm sure they've got lots of inexperienced drivers as well. So it's a bit of a roller coaster for them, but they're still going strong, and they're in the 6th place. Yes, we're just watching here a live driver change on the board. Let's see if we can do some. No pressure. We are watching you on the Downforce stream, and hopefully we can get some neat handwriting here. We'll let you know how that goes in a minute. Tom, it's Tom Herbert getting in the car. It's not Johnny Herbert, but it's Tom Herbert climbing into the red shirts car. So that's a driver change for the red shirts machine. Yeah, I think that's the other thing that happened. I remember at the start we were told we had to do the writing down the driver change names within one lap, and as the race goes on, everyone just gets tired. And yes, so 10 laps ago there was a driver change red shirts, but we do have Tom Herbert in the car now. Those guys doing a great job to keep on going round. To continue down, we've got Friction. We've got Chris Hardwick in the car at the moment in the 2nd place Aston Martin, with purple helmet having Andrew Ashton in the car at the moment. Sorry, we've just had a message from... so Piers is agreeing, I believe, with Adam Weller's comment. Estoril is a very underrated circuit. Not many European circuits visit other than ELMS. Which circuit is the most underrated?
Most underrated circuit by far, as Anders Torp in Sweden. They used to go there in the...
Oh, you Misfits on... that was just after the pit straight, to be fair.
Yeah, but I mean, they used to race there back in 2003, 2004. The FIA GT Championship used to race there, and it was such a good track. If you ever played GTR2, then you'll know what it's about. But that's
also 7 as well. That's STCC mod.
Oh mate, that track with the bank corners.
Jump and run from the purple helmets car. Sorry to keep getting distracted, but there is some great racing. Despite all the laps there between these cars, there's some great racing. But yes, Anderstorp.
Oh, what a circuit. If you've never seen Anderstorp, just, I don't know, YouTube it, there must be some videos there. Or in GTR2 or Race 07, have a look at that track, because it is just, if you drive it, it's beautiful. Please put any tracks that you think in the comments, and we'll gladly discuss them and see which ones were the best at the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, me and Piers being race drivers should know most of the circuits that come up, but it'll be interesting to see if there's any we don't recognise. Please, guys, leave a comment in the chat with your opinion on the most underrated circuit in Europe, and I'll try and think of mine. There's so many I could think of, but none of them are like coming straight to mind. I know I've got loads there, but I just need to actually think of what they are. I'm thinking about, I mean, it's funny you should mention Amsterdam, because I was thinking so many of the Swedish circuits people don't know are absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I used to race on Race 07 on the computer when I started my sim racing career, and there's so many Swedish touring car circuits that are absolutely incredible, like Knutstorp, and I'm not even going to name them because I'll just pronounce them completely wrong. We should get someone Swedish to do that. But we've got first answer in from Radtech saying loves Donington National, and you're quite right, there's nothing wrong with Donington National. We're getting a lot of love for the British here, because Jonathan Provost has come up with Rockingham Speedway. Of course, I've raced around Rockingham in a Mazda. I'll talk you through my experience in a minute, but of course, Piers, you have driven around Rockingham in something somewhat faster.
Yeah, I drove around Rockingham in an MSO Formula car back in September last year, which you can see on YouTube actually, on my YouTube channel, if you just search Piers Pryor. But yeah, Rockingham's a great one.
Plug.
Not a plug at all, obviously not. I mean, you can you watch it if you want, but other racing drivers may be available. But basically, yeah, Rockingham's a great one. But yeah, as Jonathan Provost said, they don't race there around the oval that much at all now, which is I think is a shame because that could have kicked off in a big way, but who knows?
So since we do want to discuss each person's answer, I'll tell you my experience of Rockingham. There's a great shout coming from Rice Ferris, which we'll discuss in a minute. But Rockingham Speedway, my second ever circuit race was at Rockingham in the Mazdas, and it was the first ever race I'd done in the wet, so I'm still getting comfortable with it. I qualified up in 6th place. It was the best qualifying. It was Paul O'Neill in the grid. It was every reason to do as well as possible. But it was the most bizarre race because we were all, the Mazdas have a set tyre, so we were all on basically these dry weather suited tyres. There's no real wet tyres, although they do have a tread on them, obviously, not slicks. There was a couple of cars spun off into the gravel trap, so they called the safety car out, but we were basically, it's near to road spec Mazda MX-5 cars on dry weather tyres. This Lotus Exige trophy car on wet tyres as the safety car came out onto the circuit and didn't realise he was quicker. So the safety car is driving around. Everyone starts driving quicker behind the safety car than they were in the race to try and keep up with the safety car. We had 5 people go off. Speaking of going off, that is more instance by the miss. This time they've just missed the Viper. They've just missed the pit straight before it this time. So that was an incident in the last corner. And we say that they're coming to pits. We're going to see a replay there between it was the Viper and the Porsche. It looked like he was trying to go around the outside. It's good racing between the two of them, to be fair. The Porsche, you cut him off. It's similar to the instant cut.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sort of a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, as the Porsche, the Viper of Callum Cripps for Misfits went around the outside, but then the corner changed to the right hand at the last corner, and the Porsche was on the outside and turned in, I think, a little bit. Again, a racing incident as they go through turn 2. Revenge indeed, as the Porsche now spins the Viper.
So that's, can I just say, in the last 10 minutes, we've got the Misfits have flew in the main straight. They've been sideways head-on collision on the main straight. They've been off in the first corner. They've been off in the last corner. They've been off again in the first corner. So it's not a good. Oh, there's more. Oh, that's a replay.
Doing a Murray Walker again there, John.
We both thought that it's happened again, but no, it hasn't. You see the replay. I guess what these guys, they're just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, they know that they're not going to get hurt, so I suppose they're just going for moves that maybe they wouldn't do in real life, and they know there's no consequences other than lost time.
It will be interesting to see what the stewards think of that, though. Just to talk about a few other shouts. So yeah, that was the most strange race because 5 people went off behind the safety car because the safety car was quicker than the race cars. But anyway, we've got some great shouts coming in, which we'll quickly rattle through them. We'll talk about them. So yeah, first shout was Ryan Ferris with Zolder. Now that is a superb track. Raced down there in a couple of online sim racing, and Piers is sitting here nodding his head endlessly. Zolder is a superb circuit. We'll come back and talk to them about them in a second. We'll just go through. Adam Weller also said he would suggest Phillip Island, but there's not much international car racing. But the thing is, Adam, it doesn't say the question that it was your question in the first place, and to be fair, we weren't talking about it didn't have to be specifically designed for cars. But anyway, as Piers has just mentioned, V8 supercars are there every year and they provide great racing. But you're right, the motorbikes at Phillip Island are absolutely phenomenal. So that's
coming over Lukey Heights, that camera angle, especially with some of the stuff especially the last year in the MotoGP, some of the racing and the years before as well. It's been amazing.
Wait, sorry, Misfits are coming down the pit straight. We just need to make sure there's nothing going to happen here. There's no cars around them, to be fair, so I think this time we're going to be okay.
Misfits have gone over the line without doing something dramatic.
So those 3 corners have been covered, so well done them. But they are in 5th place, so a lot of credit deserved. Okay, moving on to the next one. We've had a shout of Zandvoort, and I tell you what, in terms of...
Very technical circuit, that one, but if you get it right and hooked up, then it's a great lap. It's a bit too slow for me, I think, but they've got the in-bit field's a bit fiddly, but it is a great circuit for racing on because there's quite a lot of overtaking points.
Sorry, just talking about Phillip Island, rest in peace Gavin the Seagull, just like to say that as well, after Ian Oney kind of headbutted him to death in the MotoGP, which was very entertaining. Zandvoort, yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Zandvoort, very, very technical circuit. I love the banking and the cambers. See when you nail it and get a good lap at Zandvoort, and you're just bouncing from corner to corner. It's absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, Zandvoort is a great shout. Radtek's come up with Oschersleben. Piers is smiling. I am
a fan of Oschersleben ever since. I'm going back to GTR2 again, but I'm a big fan of Oschersleben. Again, it's quite slow and very technical, but I think they kind of ruined some of it a little bit with the new first corner.
I mean, I am Scottish, so I'm allowed to quote John Cleland, who said, the designer of this first corner should be beaten and jailed.
I thought it was, something along those lines.
Probably not right, but it was close enough. It was something. I'm not a fan of Oschersleben, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I do like some of the corners. To be honest, for me, it's not quite picturesque enough.
No, it's not. But I love that. It's got one of my favourite corners, and that is the fast chicane around the back. That one where you just dance over the curves. And the old touring cars used to go there, and they used to absolutely obliterate those. That was amazing. That's basically why. I think yes, there are better circuits, but it's one of my personal favourites.
Yep. So we've got Big Mac Racing actually saying he had a couple of podiums at Zandvoort last season, and they're there again this season. It's a mega place, so good luck to you with all your racing and the likes of Zandvoort. And Adam Weller's come out with another one. In terms of the obscure, Rudskogen, I believe that is an amazing looking circuit in Norway. It's still pretty cool, even post Tilke redesign. Now, see, Herman Tilke, that is, what's your opinion on? I mean, I know we're going a bit off topic from the actual race here, but I mean, what is your opinion on the Herman Tilke design circuits? I mean, obviously it's all about safety regulations nowadays, but would you, if you had the choice, would you get someone else to design the circuits?
I think Herman Tilke is just doing the best of what he can. I mean, he knows what he's doing. Obviously, quite a lot of these circuits he hasn't got much space to play with, considering he has to have about 10 miles of runoff on every corner. But I do quite like. I mean, the first couple of circuits. I mean, he made China, didn't he? And Sepang and Sepang and China the same place. No, they're different. No. Yeah, Malaysia and China, the Formula One, they're probably two of the two great circuits. They're both Tilke designs. I mean, a couple of the most modern ones, some can be a little bit sterile. I mean, what comes to mind?
Moscow comes to mind of mine.
Moscow and Valencia. And the old Valencia, they were a bit sterile, but then again, they didn't have any space to play with on those. So maybe just the place they were in didn't really help with that.
Yes. Okay. We've had some more good shouts. So that's. I mean, actually, to give just a quick one with me. Is it Barber Motorsport Park in America with Indy cars go. I love that. I mean, I used to love that circuit on iRacing. That's just one suggestion of mine. I don't know if you've got any quickly, and then we'll keep on going.
Yeah, I've got Watkins Glen. No one's mentioned that. Watkins Glen is an absolute. It's a gem.
For racing, it is phenomenal.
If any of you have ever raced online at that circuit or have ever been lucky enough to race in real life there, it is just incredible. It's so good. The undulation change, the slipstreaming, especially in slow cars, fast cars, anything really. That track is just awesome.
Okay, we've had a couple of things. I've actually been asked by Jonathan Provost, when was it that you had the incident with the safety car in Mazdas at Rockingham? That was... sorry, at first I misread that. I'm thinking I don't remember having an incident with a safety car. But that was the round 3 and 4 of the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup last year in the race 1, which was wet. And there was just basically the safety car on wet tyres was a Lotus Exige Cup car, and we were all running around in little MX-5 buzzing about like bees on dry tyres, and everyone was spinning off trying to keep up. So that's that situation. That was, I believe that was back in April or May of 2015. Ryan Ferris has made another good shout. But that is, I mean, it's a great circuit, but the problem with it is it's all about getting round, and there's no, it's so narrow. It's good to watch as a spectacle, but as a motor race, I'm not sure it's the best.
Yeah, again, it's one of those street races which is amazing if you get a lap hooked up, but you can't. There's not really much overtaking done there, and there's so many crashes that it sort of means that the safety car is central.
Just sorry, we're gonna come back to that in just a minute because I'm a big fan of Radtech's next suggestion, but we'll come back to that. We've been joined now by Jake Sanson, and Dan Blake's still in the car. Tom Brooks, not too long till he's getting in. How's everything going from your end?
I'm a little nervous about Tom getting in the car because he seems to be having some slight health issues at the moment. He's been telling us that his nose hasn't actually stopped bleeding on and off since 4 a.m. this morning, and. I said, are you sure you're okay to get in the car? He says, oh yes, I'm fine. It's just that it hurts. So he's now got a roll of toilet paper with him to, as he gets on the straight, just to dab at as he's...
This is motor racing. This to fight, those who don't know what goes on in motor racing, this is the kind of thing.
This is the kind of commitment that is involved.
It's a 24-hour race all summed up. So Tom's going to struggle on with the bleeding nose. Does that mean he's going to try and do 1 hour stint, or just see how it goes and do 2 if he's up for it?
He said to me he wants to try a double stint. So that's what we need.
If anything's going to make your nose bleed, a 2 hour stint is going to be...
That is the right spirit, but yes, I think the excitement, as long as he doesn't get near the Misfits car just before the home straight or after, we'll be fine. But I'm saying this as a joke. I mean, to be honest, the Misfits car guy doing a phenomenal job up in 5th. And even after all those incidents, they're still holding on to the position ahead of Race Logic. Did you see that flying instant, Jake?
I did. I was actually, I literally came in from the cold outside.
I'm glad you weren't commentating at that moment because the microphones might have been broken.
Well, indeed, yeah. I suddenly thought it meant, well, wait a minute, who let Ferdinand Habsburg in the room?
Did you check? Did you catch the incident of them reversing across the track as well?
Yes, I did catch that. I was actually in the middle of the hubs when that happened, and I saw the 2 or 3 teams who got the fallout from that, and their rather frantic gestures towards other teams at the time. It was quite funny.
Yes, and what we were saying is about that incident. A few drivers have flown down to the circuits, but not many of them were planning on flying during the actual races.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I didn't think anybody really wanted to pull off the Konstantin Tereshchenko move really during this race.
That was the most amusing incident ever. I'm so glad he was uninjured, but yeah.
Is that the one in the Formula Renault at Silverstone?
Yeah, Tereshchenko was GP3 over the sausage curbs.
Oh, I remember that now, yes. Well, no, I think the Formula Renault one at Silverstone, that one was ridiculous. The way he just sort of sprung out of nowhere, didn't he?
I thought I was watching a video game. I genuinely did.
Well, just to fill in what's happening, Jake, we're actually discussing at the moment the most underrated circuits around the world for motor racing. We kind of opened the floor up to the fans to come in with some questions, and Adam Weller has come up with a question of naming the most underrated circuits in Europe. Do you have a preference or opinion on that?
I'd say probably the most underrated circuit that I know of is probably the Sachsenring in Germany.
That is actually, you know what, that was next suggestion I was going to say, and the reason I said I was a fan of Radtech is because he suggested Knock Hill, and that, trust me, I'm not just being Scottish biased, it is a phenomenal circuit in terms of the elevation changes and the excitement. I mean, I know it's not the most, it's not the widest circuit, it's not the warmest place, but it's really good. And very quickly before I go to the next one as well, Jonathan Provost, the reason he was asking is he said he might have been driving the safety car at that event, although he's not 100% sure. Well, if it was you, Jonathan, well done. You were very quick. You probably have the fastest lap of the race. It was definitely an interesting one. But yes, so yeah, you were saying Sachsenring, which is actually Adam Weller's next suggestion.
I have to agree with Sachsenring. Having been there in 2014 for the ADAC GT Masters commentary for motors, it was a fantastic environment. The fans absolutely loved it. It was very partisan in a very traditional area of East Germany, which is very passionate about its sport in general. And the capacity crowd there were bigger than for a British GT event. I mean, they absolutely loved it. And I was asking the German fans there, this was in the height of, Germany losing popularity with Formula 1, and kind of asking them, you used to love it in the Schumacher days, why don't you like Vettel? And their answer was because he drives for an energy drink. And I thought that was really interesting. The Germans are quite passionate about the motor racing. They like things to be pure. And I said, well, what about Mercedes? Mercedes are winning everything. And they said, yes, but they are from Brackley. So and it's a British place. So they're not stupid. They love their motorsport, and they weren't convinced by the lack of purity in Formula 1. They preferred the GT Masters and the German Porsche Carrera Cup, and it was amazing.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, obviously, German motorsport's an incredibly strong place. I mean, you've got the likes of DTM, as I'm sure Alex Goldschmidt will be delighted that we're mentioning this, but it is a phenomenal series. And nowadays, to be honest, it's becoming as good for finding driving talent and for competitive field. It's becoming as good as GP2.
Well, looking at the drivers in DTM this year, I think it'll be the best year they've ever had. I genuinely think there's about a dozen drivers on that grid who could be champion.
As discussed on Pitboard, which you can go back and listen to from a few weeks ago. Not a plug.
Yeah, I've said for a couple of years now, I think DTM is probably the most competitive championship in the world, bar none. I'd say driver-wise. Considering, you look at it, Pascal Wehrlein, he's now in Formula 1. You've had Paul di Resta come straight from there. But so many drivers come from there or go to there from Formula 1. I think the level of top drivers, they're probably higher than Formula 1, I'd say, probably more. And the cars are so close as well.
Sorry, I'm just looking. Actually, we've got some of the guys here at Simply Race. Beside race control, they're analysing the incident of the flying Dodge Viper. I don't know how you can get a car that heavy to fly. That's the other thing. It was like of all the cars that could have flown, it was the Dodge Viper. And they're watching the replay here. The race control guys are pointing out what's happening to them, but it's probably trying to explain why they got penalised. To be honest.
What's even funnier than that is that this debate has been going on loudly enough at race control to wake up Ben Turner, who was actually asleep under race control's desk while this was going on.
So, yeah, I think what it is it? Do you think is it to do with our Team Angle for trying to work out why they got a penalty? But it seems quite clear.
It's difficult because they were squeezed to the outside wall and there was nowhere really for them to go. It was kind of akin to what happened at Estoril in 1992 in Formula 1, actually, with the Tracy.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, just going back to our discussion, we've had a couple of shouts for Turkey Istanbul, which is it's a good track. It's not my favourite, but definitely a good shout.
At the legendary Turn 8, of course. The legendary Turn 8.
Amazing Turn 8. Mid Ohio from Ryan Ferris is another one. So we've actually had 3 people saying yes for Istanbul now. Sorry, Tom, can we have a quick chat with you if your throat and your nose all up to it? Yeah, we don't want to wear you out, but we think it's pretty brave of you to be going out there with the nose running and things like that. You going to try and do a 2-hour stint?
See how we go, yeah, I'll give it a go, why not? I mean, the problem is my nose hasn't stopped bleeding since 4 o'clock this morning, that's the main issue. But aside from that, having low voice, I mean, I can shout for Jake when I need his help, but...
See, the thing, like, if you need out the car and you've got a problem, you've got no voice to tell anyone.
Exactly. That's my issue. We'll overcome it by sign language. It might result in something like that.
You guys could see that.
Yeah, you can't see that.
Can go with the Team America secret signal.
Let's just say the sign language that Tom's talking about. If we go back to the live stream of the Simply Race studio, we probably wouldn't be allowed to show. But yeah, that's the way that is. Are you looking forward to it though?
Very much so, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there. I'm absolutely knackered though. I have been up since 3:30 this morning. So it's been a long day and it's been, pretty hectic. But yeah, I think once I'm out there, the adrenaline will get flowing and the blood will get pumping and it'll be good.
I'll tell you what, while you're here, do you want a pack of tissues? Because I have them handy. I'm going to hand you over to Pierce for a minute and I'm going to try and help a teammate out. This is a team sport.
Right, not only a team sport in the driving, but also in real life. Going back to our discussion about what tracks are underrated, we've had a few for Istanbul, but since then we've had from Radtech. Radtech has said classic Hockenheim, which I think is also a very, very good suggestion.
This is the other one I'd say. I'm talking of classic tracks. I know it's kind of a bit Mickey Mouse. It's a bit like Norrisring, but in terms of excitement and kind of character, it's fantastic.
Yeah, but I think the old classic Hockenheim. Are we talking about Rad? Are we talking about the one before, pre, or post chicanes? I suppose the chicanes were there for ages.
I mean, the thing is, I to be honest, I believe no chicanes or chicanes, whichever you go for. The one before it was changed into the stadium layout, while it was still long straights through the forest, both versions were phenomenal circuits of the old Hockenheim. We had some great Grand Prix there, and I used to love. I mean, I remember playing Total Immersion Racing on the computer, and it was phenomenal fun.
I think that the old Hockenheim was a great circuit with the speeds, and it always brings back to mind the time. I can't remember what year it was, but I was very young watching probably one of my first one-on-one races when that.
It's 2000. Yeah.
Was it the do you think of the person that ran across the track?
He was. I tell you what, he was drunk off his nut. He had a waterproof Mercedes jacket on, and he ran onto the circuit waving his arms. To be fair to the man, I mean, to give him credit, unlike the guy at Silverstone 3 years later, he didn't actually go on the tarmac. He stayed in the grass, but. I mean, and to be fair, he was safe in the grass because Pastor Maldonado wasn't in Formula 1 at that point. But, I mean, I know it did make... Well, I mean, if you guys haven't listened to Pitboard, I'd really recommend going back and listening to some because, if you're the kind of person that likes what Pastor Maldonado does, that's the kind of place for you. But, that race was phenomenal. And to be fair, the guy, no matter how stupid he was, he did provide an excellent race.
Yeah, it's some entertainment. I think it's probably a bit stupid to go on circuit. I would not recommend it at all, but still, it did a memorable moment which we're still talking about nowadays, I suppose.
I don't actually, to be fair, I don't think I know anyone that actually prefers the new Hockenheim to the old one.
I quite like the new one.
I was wrong.
Two of us here, Tom Brooks and I, are in agreement that the new one, I quite like it, especially the. I mean, you obviously got the really tight hairpin, which makes for some great overtaking. And then the stadium section, while it is a bit tricky, there proves some really good overtaking there. I mean, if you remember back, I think it was 2009 when Kubica did some amazing moves around the outside through there. And also that corner, those two corners just into where the stadium, where it joins where the old track sort of joins into the stadium, where you get that fast right-hander over the curve and then the bank left-hander where you can take lots of lines through there. I think that sort of provides some really technical and good racing.
We're actually going to need to change because Adam Weller, to be fair to him, he was the one who made the question, so we should honour his rules. He's told us that we can't include the tracks that haven't existed for 15 years. Okay, we'll try thinking of newer ones. I mean, a couple of suggestions. We've had what about Assen? I mean, that is a phenomenal circuit. I'd love to see some proper car racing at Assen because I tell you what, we're noticing, going back to the race, purple helmets have just pulled into the pit, so hopefully we'll see. It meant to be within one lap, but it wouldn't be surprised if it was within an hour or so. Which drivers actually got into the purple helmets car? But yeah, Assen's a great circuit. It's good to hear that some people like the new Hockenheim. And going back to what you were talking about, Herman Tilke, I think you're absolutely spot on because I'm not sure if the new one was, but I mean, just going back anyway. I'm not sure. I'm sure one of you guys can tell us whether Herman Tilke did kind of help design the new Hockenheim. But basically, yeah, he did. Okay. But I think he's absolutely spot on as Piers when he said that, you know, some people might be so critical of the guy, but the poor guy's just working to what he's got. You know, a lot of the venues are very flat areas of kind of desert land and places like this, and there's no hills. And also, I don't know if you guys have actually seen what kind of rules you have to build a Formula 1 track to nowadays, but the first corner, for example, has to be, you know, a amount of meters wide with a certain amount of runoff, and you can't build character into the circuits nowadays. So, you know, I'm one of these people that believes that all the best F1 races are those that take place in the classic circuits, such as Spa and that. And I'm sure there's potential still for some good new circuits, but it's going to be difficult to create. You know, where's the next Spa-Francorchamps going to come from?
Yeah, but I mean, I think if you think about it, India was a good one, wasn't it? I think that's underrated. I mean, it's not the best track, but considering it was built on the land it was built on, and it's one of those brand new circuits. India was great. It had some great elevation change. I mean, that last sector was awesome, if I remember rightly. The Indian Formula 1 Grand Prix. I think it's can't remember what it's called. The Bud International, maybe. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, just to update you guys, we've had a message from Race Control. Obviously, you know, they've been keeping an eye on what you guys have been saying on the stream here, and they've said we like the ideas here at Simply Race for a range of events that we could run in the future, especially after I think there was a suggestion earlier, I can't remember who it was, but like a 3 or 6 hour race or 12-hour race later on in the year, and they've said we like the ideas here at Simply Race for a range of events that we could run in the future. Keep them coming and we will make a decision in the near future. So that's really good, guys. Keep an eye on the Simply Race Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever you can. Just keep an eye out, because this place, if you haven't been here before, I strongly recommend you get your butt down here and do a sim race, do an endurance race, do whatever you can, because the facilities are super. And as Piers says, it's not expensive, but I mean, I'm sure you agree, we're both here for the first time. We would come back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as Jake said earlier on, it's they run a Friday night, which is probably a good time to come because if you haven't got work the next day. From I think if I'm right, is it from 6 or 7 or something? Anyway, you get £25 for a minimum of 75 minutes of racing on loads of different tracks and different cars. I mean, you're not going to get any racing for better value than that, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all know how expensive motorsport can be. Going back to the conversation here based on the question, we've had another suggestion from Virus282. I hope it's not a virus in the computer. Brazilian track called, I believe, Goiânia.
Goiânia.
That one. He's saying it's nice because it flows. I'm not going to lie, I don't think I'm familiar with that.
I think I've driven that track on the Copa Petrobras de Marcas.
Yes.
On going to stock car. I got only the demo. But I think if I'm right, I think it's that one. Yeah, that's a great track. The first corner, if I remember right, is really fast. You have to pin it. And also, someone suggested Laguna Seca. I think Laguna Seca is a great one.
Just a reminder, guys, the question is, remember, it's not just the great circuits, it's the greatest underrated circuits. So I'm not saying these ones aren't underrated, but we're looking for circuits that people have probably forgotten about, that no one really talks about, like the one Piers was just talking about that we're not going to pronounce because we'll fail. You know, we're looking for circuits that really are genuinely underrated, you know, circuits that people forget how good they are. And to be honest, I'm kind of with you in that there's so many Swedish touring car circuits that are underrated. A circuit, as we see, sorry, that's the leader having another wee mistake, but is that the second place Aston lapping itself?
Yeah, no, I think it was actually the leader going to try and lap itself, going past under the brakes and going a bit too deep and nearly coming off a bit worse, but losing a little bit of time. And they're back on track now, and hopefully they'll be through again in a minute.
One for all our British viewers. Oh, as we see, contact, that's the downforce Aston of Dan Blake going side by side with a Martini Porsche, and he's lost it. Is that Team Red Shirts Porsche? No, I think the Mangoes is the green. It is Team Red Shirts. So those guys in last place at the moment, getting a bit of... Oh, so Dan's got down the inside. He's run too deep into the corner. They've tried to take the position back, not giving him much space, but it's a good cutback. I mean, to be fair, these guys are having a good fun race. It's got to that stage now where the gaps are so big that people can't afford to just have a good fun race.
Yeah, I suppose so. But bearing in mind that it still is still a long way to go. It's still 14 hours, nowhere near halfway yet.
I'm going to send Bradley off. No, I'm going to send Piers off to have a listen to what's going on here. There's a driver's briefing happening at the moment, so he'll hopefully be able to update us on that. But yeah, it's actually Ben Barrows in the red shirts Porsche at the moment, as we have Piers returning. What's that about, Piers?
Basically, they're saying that the weather forecast has been updated, and there's a chance of rain at 12 a.m, so midnight, 4 a.m, and then possibly at midday tomorrow. So it could be a changeable finish to the race.
Okay, so the alarms on everyone's phones will be set for midnight, 4 a.m, and was it 10?
No, midday.
Midday, so that's right at the end.
1 hour to go. There's a chance of rain.
Guys, does this mean that Jake Sanson... Oh, yes, this is... As I was about to say, actually, I was wanting to have a word with the now awake Ben Turner, who is our one of the race controllers here at Simply Race, and one of the guys who put in the phenomenal effort to get it sorted during the restart earlier on. But I didn't want to disturb you because I thought you'd be doing an important job. But have you come over to have a word with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't do many important jobs, so it's fine to do whatever. Yeah, so just making sure that you guys had heard the updated forecast. So we're looking at sort of a chance of rain. There's not a guaranteed amount of rain. We're always very close there between your car and red shirts. Oh, is that replay? Okay. Sorry, I'm obviously not paying attention. I'm rubbish.
Who is it that's controlling the text chat here for Simply? Is it yourself?
So no, it's actually, well, the combination between myself, Michael, who's one of the co-owners, and Anthony, one of the race directors here.
We should actually give those guys a lot of credit because they've been putting in the effort to organise this event, and you guys that are watching here in the stream, you'll be seeing Simply Race obviously writing a lot of messages and keeping everyone informed, and those guys are putting in a great effort, especially over a 24-hour race, to make this thing possible.
Yeah, there's still a long time to go, so we'll see if we stay awake the whole way around. But yeah, I'm hoping the rain actually happens because well, from my perspective, all we do is put in percentage chances, and it may or may not happen. I think it would liven up the event a little bit, and it will certainly give a bit of an advantage to those who've done some practice in wet weather as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping it does. We as drivers are certainly hoping it doesn't, I'm sure. But I mean, well, to be fair, actually, me and Piers were practicing in the damp on Friday, and we kind of found a little tactic that could potentially be used if it's careful. That could advantage us in a way.
Don't think we should say it on air quite yet.
I'm not going to share exactly, but so I mean,
we'll keep everyone informed after we've done it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you see some fast laps coming, so we're going to leave Ben to it. But thanks very much for chatting to us. So that's Ben Turner, one of the race controller and owners here at Simply Race, one of the guys who's organised such a phenomenal event.
Yes, he's done a great job. He's had about 5 hours sleep this week of setting up the event, making sure everything's set and ready for the event, and it's gone. Obviously, we've had a few issues, but then that's to be expected. It's the first one they've done, so they'll be coming back next year with a lot more experience. And the same way as a race team would, they'll have teething issues in their first races. This is effectively their first 24-hour race, as well as our first 24-hour race.
I'm slightly frustrated at this question because I just know in my head I've got so many circuits that I've driven on sim racing that I've watched. As we've got a clap there from Pierce, so we've got a good shout coming up soon. But there's so many circuits that I know are in my head somewhere. I just can't seem to surface them. I can't think of what I'm actually thinking of. But I can just picture. I mean, what I was going to say in terms of the British perspective, Cadwell Park. I've raced around there in a Mazda, and okay, it's not great for racing, but for simply hot lapping and driving, it is absolutely phenomenal circuit. And the bikes, I don't know if you guys have ever watched the British Superbikes go there, but they literally fly.
They're absolutely crazy. The bikes that go around there, that track is so narrow, the undulation changes. Oh, the one down the bottom of the hill, they get the lean. Oh, it's just ridiculous. I don't know how. Well, to be fair, I don't know how most of the motorbike riders races do that anyway. But that track is just crazy. Yes, Mango's has just taken a spin, but seems to be get going again. But that track, I mean, you watch any onboards around there. I watched an onboard recently of a Fiesta around there, and it's just, especially that last sector around those. Flying through those curves, over the curves, left, right, left.
Mini Zandvoort, that.
Oh, it literally is ridiculous. Oh, it's crazy.
Have you driven there yourself?
I haven't. I've driven 4 circuits. I've driven Jerez, I've driven Rockingham, I've driven Brands when I did my Mazda test, and I've driven Pembrey as well.
I raced at Cadwell once again in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and oh my goodness, what a circuit that is. Although the problem with it actually did come to surface for us because I ended up getting taken out. There was a pile-up as okay, it looks like we've got four laps more of Dan Blake's stint. We're getting hand signals that are slightly more polite this time from Tom Brooks across in the downforce pod, saying we've got 4 laps left for Dan Blake on his stint. I'm hoping it's 4 laps, not 4 litres. If it's 4 litres, he better get in the pits bloody soon. But Cadwell Park raced around there. The one problem with it is it's so narrow, and we ended up getting taken out in a pile up simply because there was nowhere to go. There was a car sideways in the middle of the road and nowhere to go. So it's got its flaws, and also the fact that the pit lane is disconnected from the paddock. So if you got all your stuff at the paddock, to get over to the pit lane you actually have to cross the circuit, so you can only do it between sessions in a short period of time, so that makes it difficult, and it's why big series can't go there. But yeah, that's a superb shout. We also, I believe the reason you were getting excited, not only you have another person who's backed you up with the India thing, but is it Ryan Ferris's next suggestion?
Yeah, Ryan Ferris again with another great suggestion of Kailami.
Bernie Eccleston.
What about Bernie Eccleston?
But the whole African thing we talked about, we were talking about in Pitboard.
Oh yeah, so if Pitboard this week, if you tuned in, you would hear that some quote that Bernie Eccleston said that he'd quite like Formula 1 to go to Africa, which we've never been to before. and he obviously had forgotten that he'd been to Kailami for about 20 years in the sort of the 80s or 90s or something like that, and as well as the what was it, Monte Black.
I don't know exactly what you mean. Montenegro. I can't actually remember.
There's another one as well. I can't. It begins with an M. And has an O in it somewhere, but anyway. But yes, as you said, Kailami, that's a great circuit. I mean, the bikes go there quite a bit, but it doesn't seem like many of the international series go there. But that is another great circuit. I mean, that turn 1 and 2, the fast chicane over the crest. If you get that in a fast car, that is great. It really is. I love that track.
Yeah, I've thought of another question to ask you guys in a wee while, but we'll keep with this one just now. I'm sure you guys you're still coming up with all these great suggestions. It's what I find quite interesting, Piers. We've got obviously Simply race control just across the monitors from us, and have you noticed how it's turned slowly from a very formal, informative stream of them giving very important, strict information, basically just joined in the chat.
Yes, obviously they're getting in the spirit of things. I think they're taking it. They would start with the thought, oh, we'll be all professional, but now they're getting in the swing of things. They're a bit more relaxed, and they're getting in it and having some banter with some of the guys in the chat by the looks of it. Also, we've got another suggestion there. That's Paul Ricard. I'm a fan of Paul Ricard. I don't think it's underrated because quite a lot of people, quite a lot of major series go there. But I think it is a good track.
I think it's one of these tracks that it is a great track. It's a shame, all the runoff. It maybe takes away from some of its character. As we see there, the second place Friction Racing, Aston Martin in the pits, so we could see yet another change of position between second and third. It depends how much of a gap, actually, that I believe it's Chris Hardwick in that car, but they might be doing a changeover just now. It'd be interesting to see if Hardwick's built up enough of a gap to have a pit stop ahead of the downforce car, Dan Blake. As Storm and Campbell are making a driver change as we speak. Neat handwriting, hopefully. That's looking good so far. The pressure's on. Is it Cost? Right, okay. We've got Coster as opposed to Antonio Felix da Costa. Okay. Yeah, Coster Cook jumping in the Storming Camel BMW for the next stint. And also, I should have mentioned the driver. I believe we had a driver change in the leading car because Bradley Philpott has got in. Maybe I might be totally wrong, but from what I heard, yeah, it is.
See, Bradley Philpott is in the car as we speak.
Yeah, so Bradley Philpott's jumped in the leading Simply Ace. Brilliantly named Simply Ace Corvette. But yes, Paul Ricard's a good shout. Actually, I'm going to ask Big Mac Racing. You were saying you were racing away in Zandvoort, and you're saying Cadwell. You seem to have a car in your profile picture, but it's too far away for me to see. What's your name? Because I want to see if you're somebody that I know from the racing world.
It looks like I might be wrong here, but it looks like a Morris.
I wasn't even going to attempt it. But
I'm probably going to very offend you with that. But it's very, very small icon.
Yeah, I mean, talking about racing at Zandvoort, as Piers is trying to find out. But sorry, we've got the Misfits going off again. Is it near turn 1? It's the last corner.
Yeah, it is the last corner. And it's gone off with the Mangoes Racing Porsche again. They've had a bit of a ding dong battle this stint. Who's currently in the car for the Misfits? Still Callum Critch, so it's a very eventful stint. As it must have been as we're seeing the Mango's Porsche just come in the pits, and they had an incident on the last lap on the last corner. So there must have been a bit of a miscommunication with the driver coming in the pits, and must have been something to do with that. We'll have a replay very soon, I'm sure.
There's no love lost between the two of them, but it definitely
was very wrong. It was Big Mac Racing. I was very wrong. You're obviously driving a Mini 7 rather than a Morris. It's very, very sorry.
It's funny going off the small picture we've got here, and we're quite sitting a reasonable distance back from our monitor. I was actually thinking it was the back of a Mazda MX-5, but I wasn't going to say anything because I thought it looked stupid, and I'm so glad I did now.
How does that look like the back of an MX-5?
From here, it looks like the two lights. You see?
Well, yeah, most cars have two lights.
Yeah. That's why I said I wasn't going to say it. So that's a good shout with the Cadwell. Simply Race, So Twisty, absolutely spot on. So they're obviously listening to us or reading the chat. We've got Kieran McDonald. Great. Okay. I'm not going to lie. I'm not familiar, but if racing minis and whatever you're racing in this season, I wish you the best of luck. And we're all here glad at Downforce that you're tuning into this event. What's turning out to be a great event, actually. It's just such a. I know we keep on talking about it, but Simply Race putting on such a good show. We're still watching the Team Misfits car here. The only reason we're watching them because they're coming into the last sector of the track. But it's just a weird one, isn't it? It's like, if there was a clubman version of Estoril, how you can sometimes tracks cut themselves in half and just do the second part, the first part. They'd probably be leading if it was the kind of the middle of the track, I should say, the second sector base. But just the very first and the very last corner in the pit straight, it just seems to be attracting all the carnage. We're kind of scrolling through the cars now. You can see behind the gorgeous downforce Aston Martin.
It's racing green.
Just a bit of news on the livery. It was designed by our good friend Luca Pecklage. I'm not sure if he still. I know he used to race for Core Racing. A bit of lag there, I think, making it look like the Aston's floating all over the place. But it was actually Scott Woodwiss who was in charge of getting the car. Oh, look at this, the lag. The downforce car taking a trip outside the boundaries of the circuit, but managing to somehow morph its way back in. But yeah, I believe that car was originally painted on the basis of the Mid-stint design, but then of course changing it to the downforce colours. I'm just thinking actually, Friction Racing now, they have dropped down to third, so Downforce did pass them, so we're just still waiting for the pit stop cycle. Tom Brooks must be getting nervous now.
Is on the edge of his seat, literally waiting to get in the car. He said about 4 laps ago, so it must be soon. I'm assuming we're about to see on the time machine. I reckon we're about to see the Downforce radio car come into the pits.
Actually, heading towards the middle of the race now. We're only 2.5 hours away from half distance, and it's looking really interesting. I think that downpour pod. Okay, he's been lapped again, but I think there's a bit of lag there because that's not the first time we've seen him floating.
I think quite a lot of the cars are floating on our screen. I think it's just a little bit of lag from us.
I think it's fine on their screen, to be honest, but you guys watch the stream. They're not driving the cars in those floaty ways that it's showing up. Just in case you're not familiar with the way our factory works, it's just on our end, obviously being the server. Maybe just some slight issues, but I'm sure it'll sort itself out soon. But you can still get an idea as we go on board with Mr. Philpott in the floating Corvette. He's coming up behind. It looks like the Porsche. He's coming up behind the red Porsche.
The Porsche of the Barracuda.
Barracuda. He's going to get in the slipstream
with their novice badges. He's catching him in the last corner.
He's put well done, backmark.
Yes, and someone's gone past the backmarker without making contact.
So round of applause deserved.
Yeah, it was obviously we've had a lot of incidents with back markers, but in general the racing's been very good. Considering there's some guys at the front which are really quick and some less experienced guys. I mean, when I was out there, I was passing a couple of the guys maybe through once every 3 or so laps, and considering there's that many passes, we've done pretty well, I think, as a squad here at Simply Race.
Yeah, really good. Just looking at the kind of gaps between them, I tell you what, there's plenty. That's what I was talking about, floating about between the back track boundaries. Sorry, we're just watching that on the kind of delayed stream we've got here. And we've had a comment as well from Radtech asking, do you guys miss Paul Regard? Do you know what? I do miss Paul Regard. Going off what happened in 1989, for example, that was a great Formula 1 race. And there, miss the old one, but times change, things move on. It's a lot safer now, and I'm sure it still provides some great racing. But
I'm not familiar at all with the old Paul Regard.
It's basically, I believe it was when I'm not sure if this is the version you're talking about, Radtech, but I believe you're talking about before Elio De Angelis had his fatal incident in the Brabham in '86. They had a much longer straight with it was a different, longer than it was, and just insane top speeds with a really dangerous corner at the end, and that's where Elio De Angelis was killed in '86. And I believe they changed it after that. I don't know if that's the change you're talking about, or whether you're talking about the more modern day runoff version. But the old Paul Ricard was an epic circuit. It's a bit like Hockenheim. It's really just changed a bit.
I thought of another underrated circuit. I mean, some people don't like it, but Dijon is very underrated. There's almost nothing that goes there, and it's a quality circuit. I mean, it's got some really high speed, different undulation. It's good for overtaking. I think that's an underrated circuit. What do you guys think at home?
Yeah, let's go. Dijon. I mean, some of you might not be familiar with that because I mean, it's quite a rarity that big series go there now.
It is. I mean, there are probably 1 or 2 that go there, but I'm not familiar with any off the top of my head. I can't think.
It's still really frustrating me because I'm trying to concentrate on this commentary. I can't seem to find time to think about the underrated circuits. I've got an idea in my head of so many different corners and different places, but
we can go country by country and see if you can think of something. So Scotland, what circuits are there?
I can't tell you. You're basically, you might as well be making a joke there because Knockill's the only circuit in Scotland.
There must be more than one.
In terms of full circuits, no.
Oh, okay.
We've got plenty of kart circuits. Knockhill, so we've got 100% record of brilliant underrated circuits in Scotland. That's how good our country is, so please visit Scotland. England, I tell you what, we have a lot of circuits that are done in England, and we've already talked about a huge amount are underrated. Let's see, Tom Brooks is getting his gloves on, so definitely looking like a downforce pit stop coming up. So if race control can keep an eye on downforce as we're about to come into the pits for the stop. Talking about it's Virus 282, which is I believe somewhat talking about the battle between Gilles Villeneuve and René Arnoux. Okay, Tom's just come to us and he's told us that downforce will be boxing this lap. He's just going outside for a breather. Actually, he's just speaking to Jake Sanson, our team manager, getting some information. But yeah, I mean, the battle that they had, Villeneuve-Renard, it was probably one of the best. I don't know if you've seen that, Piers, from '79, I believe it was. One of the best. You need to go on YouTube. Just Villeneuve. It's like exactly what Ryan Ferris has written there. Go on YouTube it when you get a chance, because it's one of the best Formula 1 battles you'll ever watch. It was incredible stuff. But yes, so many underrated circuits. The problem is, it's what defines underrated. There's so many circuits that seem to be commonly known as underrated. Therefore, are they really underrated?
I think it's quite a difficult one. Actually, I think we've sort of exhausted our knowledge of underrated circuits. Underrated drivers.
Well, yeah, that is a very. I'm gonna start the ball rolling with one that you guys will probably all punch me for. Well, the first one maybe not. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, I would say, first underrated driver. Second call. Is it just me or Adrian Sutil?
I don't know about Adrian Sutil. I was never really sure, because he never really got to get in a car where he could actually show his. We've actually just had an update from Paul Day, who said he's missed the last 4 hours. Why is it not still dark? Basically, Paul, in the last, we had some PC issues, at which point the PCs weren't stable enough to run in the dark. So we're running the rest of the race in the light. It doesn't matter what time it is, and to make it more interesting, we're having possible showers at midnight, 4 a.m. and midday tomorrow, so 1 hour before the race. That is just a bit of an update there. People have also said, I've done in the text chat. But underrated drivers, you've suggested Adrian Sutil. I think he was a solid driver. I think he was underrated because people thought he was poor, but I don't think he was exceptional, but I think he was a very good driver. And then obviously his career kind of came to an end when they had that incident in the nightclub or whatever, which no one actually knows really what happened. But
it did tarnish it a bit. I mean, it must have been something serious, because the two of them, Hamilton and Sutil involved, don't really speak anymore. But
they used to be like best mates, didn't they?
I mean, I always thought during his F1 career, Adrian Sutil was very unlucky, because he showed a lot of potential, but he just never really got it. And towards the end of his career, even though he showed a lot of consistency, he didn't quite put in the results. As we see, the downforce car is now in the pit lane. So Dan Blake, a stunning effort from him. That's probably about 2.5 hours, I'd say. We'll speak to him, I'm sure, as soon as we get a chance. But he is now pulled into the pits, putting on the S7 compound tyres, and in steps the very brave, it must be said, putting in a superb effort to even be doing this the way he's feeling. I know I got a message from him on Facebook at 4 this morning saying he was being sick. Is Tom. And Dan, come over here and have a chat to us. That was an absolutely mega stint, my friend. How was that?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, really thanks, guys. I really just tried to consolidate where we were, try and keep the gap between us and Friction as it was, and then try and maintain the gap to the guys behind. And yeah, it took a little while to get into it. First 5-10 minutes. Once I got into it, I just got into a rhythm, and that was it really. And I had a couple of problems with some back markers. There's a number 2 car, he just defends every time you try to lap him. It's just, yeah. Other than that, yeah, it made it a bit harder, but I was quite happy that stint. And I think to come into second place with downforce racing, we're doing well. So that's the main thing.
Every stint we're getting to, people may be writing us off and thinking, oh, they'll drop, but we're just not dropping, are we?
No, we've got a good team spirit. We got some great drivers, and even the downforce guys, Scott, Jake, Tom, they're quicker than people probably think they are. So that always helps. And yeah, I'm really excited about this, because we've only got we're just coming up to the halfway point in a couple of hours' time, and at the moment all is good, and that could only be good for tomorrow and the fight for one of them trophies behind us.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely did what you said as well, and we managed to maintain the gap to purple helmets. I think we've still got a couple of laps over them. It was just a mega long stint you've done there, and so it must have been a good 2.5 hours or something like that.
2 race stoppages as well. Yeah, I was sat in the rig for nearly 3 hours because we had all the problems with the darkness, and then so made things a bit interesting. But there we go. I had to make sure to keep myself ready. It's like red flags in real racing. You've got to just get yourself ready and start over again, and that's what I did. And luckily for the team, I've been able to put a pretty solid job, I think. So that's the main thing.
You deserve a good sleep after that. I mean, looking at the results now, ourselves and Friction are both on the same lap, both 3 laps down from Simply Ace, so we're still right there with them, and they're of course all experienced guys here at Simply Race. Purple helmet 2 laps further back and forth. Team Misfits in 5th, a long way back, as we've got some football-esque dives going on by I believe that's one of the team helmet, purple helmet, I should say, drivers and someone else. Having a bit of fun there. Oh look, as we were speaking of that, actually we've got a car off at the moment. That looks like the Team Red Shirts Porsche. We've got a protest for some. He's diving. So yes, the sleeping bags are coming out now. You see, it's 11:15. I think we should ask that chap where he's planning on sleeping tonight, whether it's the floor or that. But that's, of course, he's got this Janetta shirt on, so assuming he's one of the drivers. Oh, that's Callum Cribbs. Okay, so he had an interesting stint.
Yeah, he did have he was the one that went flying and went backwards across the track. He had a very interesting stint. But anyway, going back to some underrated drivers, someone suggested... Who suggested what? Pedro de la Rosa. He was a very solid driver, wasn't he? Very solid.
Once again, unspectacular, but solid.
Yeah, I think he was one of those drivers who maybe in quali maybe doesn't have quite the pace. But I reckon he put him in. I reckon he was perfect for sort of endurance racing because if like WEC, because he can put in the laps, lap after lap. He used so much experience. Obviously, he was test driver for McLaren for like God knows how many years. So he built up that much experience in knowing how cars work. He could set up a car like probably no one else, I reckon.
One of the drivers I was going to mention as well, and it's maybe not so much of a case now, but definitely 1 or 2 years ago, I know it sounds just a bit obvious, but Sebastian Vettel, I thought he was underrated. I mean, saw a lot of people after he won 4 championships were putting it all down to the car, and he had one bad year in that Red Bull in 2014, and everyone kind of wrote him off and just said, Sebastian's not one of the greats, he needs to. And I think he is so. I genuinely believe he is the best driver in Formula 1, and maybe it's not so much of a case now. This is because he's beginning to prove it to people, and people are beginning to like him. And not only like him, he's winning races in a Ferrari and doing so much better than a world champion Kimi Räikkönen.
I think that people knew he was good because obviously Mark Webber was a known quantity, and he was just better than Mark Webber. I mean, Mark Webber was sort of in his book. Mark Webber sort of says, yeah, basically Vettel was better than me, and basically Webber said people underrate Vettel, and obviously Kimi Räikkönen was regarded as one of the best drivers in the world at one point. I mean, he won a world championship, didn't he? And you showed last year when he put him in the Ferrari, Vettel just outclassed. Really, to be fair, he just outclassed Kimi Räikkönen. Whether that's because Kimi Räikkönen's lost his hunger or some of his speed, who knows? But he just really outclassed him, and I think that does prove that he's a bit of an underrated driver.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the problem is there's so many drivers that we could rattle off, whether that be modern day F1 drivers or old F1 drivers. What we want from you guys is maybe some suggestions from other series, so whether that's DTM drivers, GT drivers, historic F1 drivers, anything like that. Whatever you guys can think of, and we'll talk about it. Even if it's someone we don't know, obviously we won't be able to help much in that case, but it's worth a try just in case we do know them.
I think one driver that I always thought of whenever I brought this up was, even though everyone knows Kubica's good, I think Alonso's been said. Alonso's highly regarded as one of the best drivers in the field at the moment, and if not ever. And Alonso always said a couple of years ago that Kubica was the best driver on the grid, and I think he showed that when he could just outperform his car. I mean, when he was in that Renault wasn't the best car on the grid, and sometimes he got it in positions that it just shouldn't have been.
I couldn't agree more. In terms of current F1 drivers, I don't know how many people agree with me on this. It's maybe another suitable, but I genuinely think Sergio Perez was very underrated. I mean, he still is, because people always go on about how good Hülkenberg is, and he is very good. But Perez can, Perez may be slightly more inconsistent, but on his day, Perez can strongly outperform Hülkenberg. He almost won a race in a Sauber, when they were uncompetitive. He obviously didn't quite work out in McLaren, but you say it didn't work out. He was pretty much on Button's pace, and that was one of his first year in the McLaren. The car wasn't very good, and Button was right in with the team. So and good drivers have shown they can have bad years with Vettel at Red Bull in 2014. So I think Sergio Perez is one of the strong drivers on the grid this year that's a bit underrated. But I don't want to be. The problem is I don't want to be rattling off about 10 current F1 drivers that are underrated, because everyone can be underrated in their own sense. We've got a few more shouts coming in here. Kobayashi and
I reckon Kobayashi was probably fast. He was really fast, but some of his moves. I mean, I can't remember what year it was, but in Japan at Suzuka, those moves were incredible. But then he did have somewhat of a reputation for being Kobayashi. So
bye Bash. And he said Kovalainen, which I would presume is Kovalainen.
I'm assuming you mean Kovalainen by that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that as well. I think he lost more, from what I found. I think he wasn't quite good enough, and that was his issue, because he was that bit off Hamilton that I think maybe he just kind of became defeated.
Yeah, but then I think you think about it, Hamilton is probably one of the best drivers ever. So I mean, he was slower than Hamilton, but then considering Hamilton is widely regarded as one of the best drivers ever now, how good compared to everyone else? I mean, he's not obviously one of the best drivers ever, but I mean, he was good. But I don't know. Who knows?
I'm going to mix it up a bit here. I mean, we'll just go quickly going off the rest. We've got Felipe Massa, Alex Brundle, Paul Di Resta, that's a good call, and Tiffany Dell. Just going to mix up a bit. The name that comes to mind when I'm thinking of trying to get outside of Formula 1, because of course everyone talks about Formula 1. it's down for yes. So Tom Brooks definitely finding his limits here. We should also mention Dan Blake. He was talking about being slow at the start and building out.
Underrated driver, it's Dan Blake.
Exactly. I mean, but no. What we're saying is we need to remember these guys might say they're struggling at the start, and Tom might be struggling here at the start. They've literally only had like 12 minutes in the car in practice, and this is their first race stint. So these guys they've had 12 minutes in the pod to get used to the software, 12 minutes to get used to the feel of the wheel and everything like that. And to be fair to Tom so far, and Dan definitely did, both doing superb.
Would you chuck a racing driver in a car in a 24-hour race after doing 12 minutes practice? Probably not. At which point, then it shows how good a job they're doing, considering they're keeping it on the road mostly and doing a good job of setting some reasonable times as well.
Exactly. I mean, I think people who maybe don't sim race as much underestimate how tough it can be to get used to someone else's software, other than your own, because you do get used to your own equipment at home, but jumping on a different simulator, it's harder than you think. Getting used to the feel of the wheel, getting used to everything, it's always very difficult to adapt. And I think our guys, and to be fair, most of the guys here at Simply Race are doing a phenomenal job. I'll tell you what, Pierre, do you want to see if you can grab any of the Mission Motorsport guys for a quick talk? We're just going to see it, if we can just drive a member of the team from Mission Motorsport, just to have a wee chat to them about Mission Motorsport itself and their organisation. As we still watch broadcaster Tom Brooks, of course you heard him commentating with Piers earlier on, star of Flat Out and Sideways podcast on Downforce Radio, and drove Todd Crooks' Rallycross Mini at Blyton Park the other day. Okay, they're not really fancying an interview at the moment. Probably it's probably because they're too busy watching the fun from the Mission Motorsport mirrors after all the racing that's going on. So
maybe they're unhappy with some of our driving. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe we'll see. Maybe it was because some of our, were we mean to them at any point? I don't think we were.
I don't think we were deliberately mean.
As Tom Brooks slides off the track there, practicing some of his rallying skills, and he's done it 2 corners in a row, and here comes the Race Logic car, and that has reminded me, I keep noticing things to mention and forgetting because there's just so much to talk about. You wouldn't think in 24 hours, but there's actually some really good battles going on. 5th and 6th, Misfits and Team Race Logic. It's only a lap separates them. I think it's less than a lap. And then 7th and 8th, Mango's in 7th and Triple One in 8th. There's less than a lap between those guys as well. And there's also 9th and 10th, Barracuda and Storming Camel are both on the same lap as well. So that's 5th and 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. All 3 sets of two drivers on the same lap.
I think, the racing is really close, even down the field. We've actually just had a suggestion for underrated cars, and the first suggestion was GT40. I don't think the GT40 is underrated in any way. I think everyone knows just how good it was.
Yes, I mean, I'm liking the theme of underrated here. I must say, we're enjoying this, but GT40 would probably be. We'll not go yet. We'll take a breather. So we should probably, we should probably just have a look at the race for a wee bit, because we're the racing drivers, so you'd think we'd be into the racing, but we're kind of more sidetracked. Simply Ace lead the race from 3 laps, by 3 laps I should say, from Friction Racing's Aston Martin. Currently in the Simply Ace car, still Bradley Philpott doing a fine job for those guys. In Friction, it's Darren Kirk who's got back in. We spoke to Darren earlier, obviously, and he said he'd be in about an hour and a half, and that's about spot on. Darren was the one man who got me into sim racing in the first place when I was 13 years old, bringing me over to the Apex Racing League. So it's great to kind of, I got to meet him actually. I won the Race Logic Simulator Challenge at Autosport last year and got to go to Race Logic and look around the facilities and try a V-Box and have a go in their simulator. And I met Darren there, and I didn't even know he worked there at the time, so it's really good to meet someone that actually got you into sim racing just by complete chance. Having not spoken to him for a few years after I left Apex Racing League, so it's really good to see him here today. Good to catch up with him, and obviously he's actually turned out to be our main competition. He's sitting in the car right now, the Friction Racing car in second. He's a well-experienced sim racer, so Tom will be struggling to close the gap with him. Obviously Tom, not as experienced, needs to get used to the simulator, having only spent 12 minutes on it. He's doing a fine job so far, but I mean, no one would blame him for dropping a bit of time to the Friction car in front as they look to extend the gap and kind of, I guess Friction will be wanting to really consolidate that second place.
Yeah, Friction obviously they're a strong team and they're a competitive team, and they won't be happy if Downforce Racing come up and beat them. So they'll be trying as hard as they can to try and keep us behind, and they're doing a good job at the moment, but hopefully we can claw them in and have a good fight with them later on in the race.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting back in the car later on already, actually. I mean, having watched it as we see a late move, is that going to end up in tears? It's not. That's the Misfits. Really good move there by the Misfits car. Got it stopped well, but it's probably because they were only on turn 6 or 7 or whatever it was, and not the last few. But no, to be fair, David Williams in that car, another highly rated sim racer. He raced for, I think it was my 3ID in the iRacing World Grand Prix series a few years ago. I'm not sure if he's still racing that, but I believe he does. And he was also on GT Academy, if you watched that on ITV a few years ago. He was actually one of the competitors in the UK version, and I believe he finished third in the end, and he is a highly talented driver, and I'm sure actually he's probably one of the reasons why the Misfits car is up in 5th. And looking actually, Downforce are maybe in a bit of trouble because Purple Helmets are only 1 lap behind at the moment.
Yeah, they're clawing us in, I think, a little bit. They've sorted out their fuel economy issues, and they are clawing us in on somewhat, I think. They're a quick driver in, obviously.
The underrated cars question has become a bit general. I mean, we've got Toyota Corolla AE86. I just think that car just makes me think of Gran Turismo 3. And the Nissan 240 S30. I was thinking more race cars, but I mean, if you guys want to properly go ham on this, please do. Bring in your suggestions of underrated cars. I don't know.
I'm quite looking forward to the overrated section of this because I think there's going to be some slamming going on here.
The 12-hour stint mark, I think, I'll mark 12 hours to go. I'll mark the switch to the overrated section of the broadcast if we're still alive at that point.
Who knows? Well, in 2 hours it'll be nearly midnight, won't it? I don't know.
When Jake and Scott are both
midnight. Oh, actually, no, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Jesus, I might go to bed.
because the race was a bit late. It started at 1 o'clock, obviously, and not 12, and there was a bit delay starting. We're going to be, it's 12 hours to go. It's going to be about 10 past 1 in the morning, and I think at that point maybe it switches to overrated suggestions. We've got some Rover Metro and Fabia VRS car. I tell you what, my Fiat Stilo is quite an underrated car. The Fiat Stilo, underrated car.
Are you joking? That car? Wait, the Stilo, is that the one with the weird thing below the windscreen, the weird bulge?
Well, my one's weird all over.
No, is that the one with the bulge where the windscreen goes down and there's that bulge and then there's the bonnet?
I don't think so.
No, that's the multipler. That's the one, the multipler. Sorry, yeah, the Stilo.
Oh, we've got a crash going on. We're going to go back here. It looks like... Okay, so so he's come out the pits. He's not turned his pit lane speed limiter off. He's gone to the outside of the circuit, and I reckon the car's going to come around. And the outside of the corner is the apex for that one. I believe, to be honest, I think the red shirt guys might get a penalty for that. It's a tricky one because they were trying to stay out of the way, but he kind of it's a really tricky one to call that. I mean, I see where you're coming from with the racing incident. I mean, talk us through that one from both drivers' point of view.
Yeah, if you can see that on the replay on the feed from YouTube, then basically the car has come out of the pits and he's pulled over to the left-hand side, going into turn 2 to try and let the green Porsche of Mango's racing through. And then they've come together on the exit of the corner. I think it's just basically a racing incident because the car is on the outside trying to get out of the way, and the car going through the corner is committed to the speed of the corner, and then just ended up running into the side of the red shirts Porsche. So it's unfortunate, but I think it's a racing incident.
It's one of those ones where these things happen. It was not intentional. It just wrong place at the wrong time. I do feel sorry for the Mango Porsche guys because they're just doing their thing, following their line. I mean, we're going to see it on board of the Mango now. So they're thinking, okay, he's going to pull left, that's great, I'll take my racing line. But he has to stay on the track, he's got nowhere to go. It's really harsh, it's unfair on the Mango guys, but you can't really blame anyone for that because they were, to be fair to them, they were trying to stay out of the way. They just kind of, the problem was, the outside of the corner became the apex at the wrong time.
Yeah.
The racing line, I should say.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunate, really. But we'll see. We'll wait on race directors. The race director's view on it, and we'll keep you updated.
Official news: the dressing gowns are coming out. Are we getting ready for bed?
Yeah. So it's getting comfy. So
you're driving?
Yeah.
Which team?
Team Misfits in the Dodge Viper.
Was it you that was flying down the pit straight?
Yes, it was actually. Yeah, I went for a gap on the inside of two slightly slower Porsches and didn't really work out. The car's wider than I thought.
The thing is, we seem to pick up you're really strong through the middle of the lap, but seem to be having a lot of incidents at turn 1 and the last turn of the pit straight. So you just not like that section of track?
It's tricky, especially the long right-hand corner. Just coming through there, you get people either braking in the middle of the corner or just lifting off, and it's lots of different techniques because the cars are just different dynamically. So but it's all sorted.
I mean, to be fair, most of the incidents weren't really your fault either, so it's just one of those things, and it's obviously a bit hectic. But I mean, how are you enjoying the event? Obviously, Team Misfits are running up in 5th, and how are you enjoying the event? And also, how is it working with an incredible sim racer like David Williams?
It's going really well. I think better than we expected. Team Misfits was kind of a team which drivers who came from the SRT, CC and stuff like that, but didn't have a team ready. So we bonded the team together through a Facebook group. And it's working really well. The car's very quick. It's good on fuel, bit heavy, but it's a nice car. And just everything's it's a friendly atmosphere, and everybody's getting on really well tonight.
I mean, it's good to see the Viper being represented. Obviously, we've got a great range of cars here today, and it's good to see every kind of car. Anything, what made you pick the Viper? Just because it was a bit different?
Well, we didn't pick it actually. I think Ben and Bradley, I think, picked the Viper. I mean, we didn't really have a say in it, but we're kind of happy we did because it's a bit of variety in the classes. You got the Astons, which look insane. I love this downforce car at the moment. It's just awesome. But yeah, the Viper's really original. It's nice. It's got a really good feel to it. You change really low down in the rev range, around 5,200 RPM, and so it saves a lot of fuel because we have about 700 Newton meters of torque around that level. So coming out the corners, you keep it in third or fourth, and it absolutely flies out. But it's a great car. It does eat its tyres rather at the rears, but it seems to be coping quite well.
One final question. You've got Race Logic, kind of looking strong behind. They're a bit up and down because they've got such a large range of drivers. Are you looking ahead, are you looking behind, or are you just hoping to finish in the top 5?
We're looking to finish in the top 5 really. Race Logic have got a very, very quick driver in the last hour or so, and they were catching us until we've had I don't know if they've had a penalty. They seem to have fallen back slightly, but they were catching me in my stint after all my antics of flying through pit walls and stuff like that.
Fair. You provided the most entertaining 10 minutes of sim racing action we've ever, especially, I hate to bring it up, but you're reversing across the pit straight. It was unbelievable. Talk us through that.
Yeah, well, basically, you can't see out the side of the car. You can see behind you, and then I just, in anger, I stamped on the throttle in reverse and absolutely went for it. And I did shout an apology to a Race Logic who I think I hit, but yeah, that was a stupid move by me. But yeah, apart from that, it was just hectic. I was, I was getting tired, but it was pretty, enjoyable hearing all the screams and shouts behind me. So
to be fair, I mean, at this point of the race, obviously the ironic thing is as well, it's your main rivals in the race, the guys that are chasing you down. So it was like, but I mean, yeah, these things obviously happen, and it's good. It's good that everyone's taking it in good spirit and having a bit of a laugh. But to be fair, we got to thank you because you did provide a lot of entertainment for the broadcast in this moment. But yeah, I mean, you guys are running really well. We should probably let you get some sleep. But best of luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Good. So. We're looking back at the race now. We're still on board with Bradley Philpott, who leads the race in the Simply Ace car. We've got Friction Racing still in second place. Not many changes on the leaderboard at the moment. Downforce are still running third. Tom Brooks here seems to be doing some really strong lap times, to be honest. Looks like he's doing 36s at the moment.
That's good effort from Tom, considering the relative lack of experience he's had. He's stayed on the island apart from the first couple of laps, which is understandable, seeing he only did about 10 laps practice and jumped straight in the race. He's doing a very good job actually, considering. He's doing a very good job considering the lack of practice he's had. Although, why is the Porsche of the guys from Team Red Shirts going so slowly?
I mean, it could be a case of someone who's not an inexperienced driver without much practice, as he's got a bit of a helping nudge from the Mission Motorsport guys, who are going to. Okay. That's a bit over exuberant by Mission Motorsport on that occasion. I wouldn't be surprised if the stewards were looking into that. I know the car in front was maybe struggling for pace as the leader actually comes through to lap them once again, but that was I don't know, a bit bullish, would you say?
Yeah, I think that was just a bit of a clumsy manoeuvre. And as the red shirts Porsche getting overtaken by the purple, there's a bit of contact, but
there's flying at the moment, we should mention. Also, more underrated car suggestions coming through. The Suzuki Cappuccino, I'm really not sure about that one. But I mean, we all have our opinions. Fiat Barchetta, I think, is an underrated car. But anyway, Rover Metro and Fabio Vieira, I think we said that one as well. Audi Quattro S1, people seem to forget about it. Well, I totally agree with the fact that it's good. I'm not sure if that many people forget about it, but a phenomenal car. Although I was hearing a story just yesterday about someone who had an engine go on one, and the amount of money they were having to spend to sort it out means it's not exactly practical for an everyday car. As we go on board now with the Mission Motorsport Aston Martin, still running 11th place, so they're still, they're not bringing up the rear. They're still ahead of Team Red Shirts. They're a few laps, I think, behind. A few laps behind Storm and Camel. So some work to do, but they seem to be running quite well. We've also had a shout from Ryan Ferris of the 91 Jordan 7-Up Mobile. Now that is a great shout as well. And Virus282 said Lancia Delta Integrale. I mean, are you one of these people that's familiar with the rally things, Delta Integrale?
I know the Delta. I like the Lancias. Yeah, I know. I don't know whether they're underrated because everyone thinks they're great. So, but it is a very good car. I don't know really, but yeah, there's quite a few rally cars which I suppose are underrated. You think about, I suppose, the Escort. There's the last rear-wheel drive rally cars.
See an instant there. That was Mission once again. Sorry, getting in with a car lapping, and that was the purple helmets Ferrari off on the gravel. I missed that one, but we might see a replay there.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a clumsy move by one of them. I'm not sure. We'll have a look on the replay in a second, but yeah, it seems like the Mission Motorsports are getting stuck in.
I think we're getting a protest right now from the one of the purple helmets drivers has come over for review. I'm trying to catch his eye to see if that's what he's indeed doing. But I'm sure we'll see it in the replays. The Mission Motorsport car takes a trip across the gravel. It is a shortcut, but I'm not sure if it's much faster.
Yeah, that car is actually quite hard to see if it goes in the gravel because it's sort of khaki camouflage. So, oh, is there another incident?
They're still going. Oh, they're having. Okay, it's turned into rallycross. Oh, the purple car is in the wall, and the driver protesting might be protesting another incident in a second. Although to be fair, I'll need to see that one again because it might not have been the Mission guy's fault. But I think the first one probably was. With the protests coming in, there's a few guys from purple helmets up at the race controls. Mission, oh, there's more contact on the grass in the next corner. It's turned into a Baja race. But they're no, he's been spun off. This is okay. That one was a bit controversial. We've got many laughs coming from the pods, but I do believe there'll be some penalties to be had after that one, Piers.
Yeah, that was a bit seemed like in malice. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what race control say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys will see what race controls say on the chat. Well, they're probably sleeping, to be fair, Radtech, so I wouldn't expect too much of them. They've got a long shift, and to be fair, there's a lot of instances you might have just seen to be reviewing at the moment, so maybe they'll come back to us once they're finished actually doing their job. Okay, I'm probably not going to read the comment there from Gregory Offmere, but it's good to know you're having an interesting night. We'll cut back to the racing because it's probably what we should focus in on. Mission Motorsport on board with. Now, downforce by looks of it are now more than as we continue to. Dan Blake's joined us actually. He's going to take a photo. Gregory, at least it may not be quite for the stream, but
that is not true. I sincerely hope that isn't true and that you're joking.
But I mean, fair enough. We all have our own interests and hobbies. So I was still on board with the Mission Motorsport car. Downforce actually seem to still have that. I don't know what the gap is between them and Purple Helmets, but there's still, they've only been lapped, I think it's 4 times by the leader, whereas Purple Helmet's 6. So there's still that between 1 and 2 lap gap between the two cars. So they're still holding on. I think it's a bit of lag, to be honest, there. And that's the other thing as well. I mean, we saw a few incidents there between the purple car and the Mission Motorsports. Some of them, I'm sure there were actually incidents, but also it maybe looked worse due to the lag for a wee bit. But yes, we've been joined by quite a few people watching. Anyone want to tell us about their race? Anyone come in for chat? Talk us through how you're doing.
Awful. We're a team red shirts, and Henry's driving at the moment, but we can only excuse him the fact that he's left his talent in the car. So the car outside the Corsa. So unfortunately, he's spun a few times. Yeah, that's all I can really say to excuses.
Are you guys? Do you think you still got aims of catching like the Mission Motorsport before the end of the race?
No, none at all.
Well, it's really refreshing to hear a driver's honesty. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I mean, he seems to be. I mean, he's going around well. He seemed to have a. There was an incident there. I think the Mission car kind of smashed into the back of him. So he seems to be having a bit of a rough ride out there.
A little bit. We're kind of sitting next to Mission. I think we've both accepted failure, and if we crash, it doesn't matter as much because it's a bit of fun. We're going for lap times now more than anything. And we're just going to sit and chill. I think Henry actually took a few shots whilst driving, so that might also explain why.
That'll affect his driving ability somewhat.
A tiny bit, maybe. Yeah, other than that, no. Yeah, we already hit rock bottom, so, have fun.
Well, it's good to hear you're still enjoying the event. I mean, is this your first time at Simply Race? I mean, how are you finding the facilities and the event as a whole? Because, I mean, me and Piers have been basically just going on and on about how amazing the whole thing's been.
Simply Race is excellent. I've actually been quite a few times before. Obviously, we're nowhere near on par with some of the other guys here. But I do some sim driving at home just for fun, and I come here every so often just to give it a go.
That's good to hear. I mean, I love the range as well of people. There's a lot of inexperienced drivers here as well, making up the teams. But there's also, the likes of David Williams and Jesper Pedersen, and we've got Piers Pryor. In real life, there's a lot of big name and good sim racers and real life racers here. So it's really good to kind of have the range of drivers, and everyone's just here having a good time. And I mean, the way it's been organised and the atmosphere is really, really good.
Exactly, it's really open, and they're not discriminating here. I'd recommend it to people if they want to come down. I've had people, like some of my friends, who've never done this before, and they've had a brilliant time.
Well, it's really good to hear. Thanks very much for speaking to us, and we wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of the race. Try not to fly like the Misfits car did in the home straight. I don't know if you saw that incident, but it was Oh, were you the car? You were the car on the left, were you? Yeah, so you would have got a great view of that in the rear view mirror, but that was fairly spectacular. But yeah, you guys are doing a really good job. Keep it on going, and hopefully you have a great end to the race. So thank you very much for speaking to us. I believe we kind of lost the stream for a second there, where the server went down. So we've cut to, as you can see, the live stream of the Simply Race studio. You can see how dark it actually is, and that kind of darkness. There's a lot of heat. It's very intense in here. It's intense in the eyes. The guys driving in the dark, obviously with the light time on the circuit now, due to the issues we've had, means that the eyes will be getting tired with the bright screens and the dark environment. So I mean, it's not the easiest conditions to be driving in. I'm just actually going to hand over to Piers for just a second, and I'll take a wee drink because my throat, I think, probably needs it after an hour and a half of blethering rubbish on as we have been.
Yeah, we're talking about random stuff and nothing in particular. So we're actually currently looking at the Porsche of the guys from Mango's Racing, and that seems to be more consistent in the last few laps. They're putting in some good laps, and their fast lap of a 1:34.0 actually. That's very quick, considering the fast lap of the race is not far off that. I think it's only in 32, so that's a really good lap. Bearing in mind the previous lap record was only a 33.3 set by one of the drivers actually in the team of... Which team is he in? Team Race... not Racing Race Logic. What is it? Aston Martin. Team Friction Racing, yes. He set the lap record of a 33.3 before this event, but now the lap record's down to in the 32 set by either Mike or Brad from Team Simply Ace. But some more chats. They're talking about why is the chat talking about barbecue crisps?
I think it's going back to the comment that we were not talking about earlier. I think we should maybe just leave it.
Oh, okay, maybe just leave the barbecue. But we've had a yes, Greg. I'm not sure why that's anything to do with the race, but But anyway, is anyone? Were we finished with the underrated cars yet, or was that we got distracted by Gregory's comment there?
The problem with underrated cars is it's maybe a bit of a broad subject. I mean, there's been some good calls, but I think we should try mixing up it. I'd like to see. Maybe we'll. Do you want to move on to overrated stuff, Bradley? Piers, sorry. Are you thinking that?
If everyone's more underrated stuff.
Okay. Right. I tell you what. You guys watching the stream, you guys can suggest what kind of topics for underrated things. I thought of one earlier, but I can't quite remember it. But I mean, I can't think, but I tell you what, you guys have a think about it. Let us know. We're going to chat away while we are to one of the drivers in Barracuda, which is probably the best name. What inspired you to pick that name?
It was the song Barracuda by whoever it is. Those who play Guitar Hero will know. It's just a thing that a couple of us drivers sort of do. It's a bit strange, but yeah, we're random.
I mean, we were doing pitboard episode last week, or it was this week. I think it was actually on Thursday. And Bradley Philpott was on telling us about Barracuda, and we thought it was probably the best name simply because of the song you sing with it. You guys obviously having a decent enough race. I believe is that literally you think you've just passed Storming Camel to go up into 9th place?
When we did the restart, I think it was the original restart after the first red flag, we were 2 laps behind, and I took over the wheel. And after being in the rig for, I think it was just under 3 hours, I managed to claw it back, and I was nearly a lap ahead of them. Currently in our car is Kevin Wade. He's possibly our slowest, but he's being very consistent at the moment. And if he's just passed the guys in front of us, who are our neighbours here, that's just fantastic.
I mean, obviously, in endurance racing, consistency is exactly what you need. I mean, having a slower driver is not necessarily a downfall. You're better having someone who's a bit slower rather than someone who can push really hard and then spin off every now and then.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, he might be our slowest driver, but he's not rubbish in any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, he's no Michael Epps, but he's also not as bad as some of the guys from Richards. No offence to them, but they just admitted they're pretty rubbish.
Sorry, just a quick update before we go back to this interview. We've got Muffin joining the frame, racing, jumping in the it's the Purple Helmets car. I think the names, as the time has gone on, has developed, just got worse and worse in terms of people getting bored, and the names are getting more and more crazy. And it kind of reflects the event, Obviously, everyone starts off full of energy before the 24 hours, a bit nervous, but as the event's going on, everyone gets to know each other, and the atmosphere in terms of how everyone's getting on, and the laughs that people are having now, especially with the racing, it's just a really, really nice atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a fantastic atmosphere. I mean, at this point, and especially in the next couple of hours, all 4 of the drivers in Team Barracuda work night shift. So we hope that we've got a bit of an advantage, especially among our competitors. The guys in front of us, which are in Pod 6, I can't remember what team they are now.
Is it the 111 Motorsport, the Ferrari?
Yeah, they're I think 3 laps ahead of us at the moment, but this is sort of the time that we want to try and close that gap if they're putting in any of their slower drivers or whatever, because when I was in, obviously everyone put in their fastest driver as we did, so I was very proud of being in there for 3 hours and closing the gap as well as I did.
Have you, what's your guys' range of ability and not ability, but in terms of sim racing experience? Have you got a few guys that have done loads and a few guys that have done none, or is it everyone on a kind of similar level? What's your kind of range of experience? And also, it's interesting. I want to hear from another team's point of view. Are you did you come into this race with a planned strategy on who was going to drive when, or is it all just kind of improvisation as you go on?
We had a plan of stint order, but obviously with yellow flags or code 62s as we've had, obviously that changes, and weather as well. We've got there's me and Grant, who is in the car next. We're the most experienced guys in our team. We've been coming here probably on average once a week for the last few months. Practicing for this. We've also completed in the SRTTC. We love this place. I spent most of my wages here, to be honest.
You're here kind of quite a lot of the time, and did you ever get bored of the rigs, or is it always good fun?
Oh, it's always good fun. I had the privilege of being the first paying customer last week to use the new wheel with the new pedals. It was just, and the feel on the brake pedal was just fantastic at the moment. The old wheels weren't too bad. Used to run the Logitech G27s down the Thrustmaster T300s, I believe. There's a big difference, but I think they are slightly quicker.
Yeah. Sorry, just before we go into the next thing, you guys seem to have in the stream, you guys all sorted yourselves out in terms of talking about underrated things. Someone's come up with underrated games and you've just gone and run with it with all these suggestions. I'm sure we'll come and have a quick look at it, but I'll just say initially, Toka 2 by Virus282 is the best shout there. We've got a couple of shout outs to make, and it's funny, I've actually got a message here from Alison Pryor. I wonder who that could be related to. Tell Piers his mum says hi. Piers, your mother says hello. He says, my mum says hello. Wait, what? And what? No, we'll have a look what Alison Pryor's.
Oh, wait, is Mum there? Where are you, Mum? Wait, what? Where's Alison Pryor? Alison Pryor's not sent anyone. Tell Piers, Mum says hi, and what time is his next in the car? Okay, Mum, I'm just working out when we're going out next. So,
sorry, just as we're talking about speaking of our car, Tom Brooks has had a bit of an excursion into the gravel there. So once again, practicing his rallying skills.
Yeah, Tom obviously is an experienced rallycrosser, so he's decided that tarmac is too grippy for him. So
it's funny. Also, speaking of family shout-outs, I've also been told to give a shout out to my uncle who's listening, and he suggested I should try and drive as fast as I speak. So that's a bit of good advice right there. So you guys, running in about 9th position. What's the aims for the rest of the race?
The aim was just top 10, knowing a lot of the guys that are here and the experience that they've got, as looks like there was another off there. So yeah, I mean, as I said, I was very happy with my stint, hoping to keep in at least contact with the guys around us, so when Grant gets in it, he can try and pull away.
Great. Well, it was great to speak to you, and we wish you the best of luck with the rest of the race. I think we're actually going to go for a quick break at the moment, so we'll bear with us, and we'll be right back in the stream here at the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril.
he's until 40 minutes past midnight. At which point then you'll go from 40 minutes past midnight.
Back into the action in the Thrustmaster 24 Estoril here at Simply Racing Milton Keynes. It is nearly half distance, not quite. It's 20 minutes past 11 GMT, and we've got about an hour and 44 minutes before we hit the halfway mark. It is Simply Ace who is leading, Friction Racing second from Downforce Racing in the Aston, Purple Helmets and Team Misfits in the Ferrari and Dodge respectively. Then the Race Logic Ferrari is there in sixth position, and that is the top six at the 13 hours and 44 minutes to go mark. Jake Sampson here once again, back on the airwaves after a rather nice, refreshing pile of pretzels that we've gone through, and it's got to the point where drivers are starting to snuggle into the various different night attire. We've got, pajamas and slippers are coming out, which is brilliant. We love that whole kind of thing. I'm starting to find out a lot more about racing drivers at this point. No, that's not right. That's not right. Sorry. I tell you what, I'm so glad it's radio at this point, because I'm seeing all kinds of weird, what's the word I'm thinking of here? Shenanigans going on over here. Most people seem to think shenanigans is a pub in Ireland. They're going to try and work their way in front of the camera so that we can dance for people. It's going a little bit too over the top. I have a feeling this might be the team that's carrying a case full of Magnas rather than a case full of KX, you know. Strictly Come Dancing has made its way to Simply 24. I think it might actually be Strictly Come Prancing more than anything else. The racing continues on, and it's appropriate because the camera has actually come on the main feed, and so you will get your 15 minutes of fame, and Bruce Forsyth will sign you up for next year. Anyway, let's have a look. Jonathan Provost is asking, who are the drivers of Team Race Logic? Well, good question, because we've had, we've only got surnames in front of us on the Spotters Guide, but the Race Logic drivers, and there are 8 of them, are Julian Thomas. We've also got Holman, I can't remember Holman's first name, we'll get to that in a bit. Fox, Sam Newland, Fowler, Chakraborty, Jesper Pedersen, and I think it is Curly Worley who was in the car a little bit earlier on as well. Our Gender Boss 435, shout me out. Well, I just have. There you go. Ryan Ferris has been spending hours on something. I'm not sure what it was. Grid Autosport he's talking about. Aha! Yes, Grid Autosport. Very, very cool. I remember that. Virus 282, I bought that for PlayStation. Yes, Grid Autosport. Isn't it amazing how things go out of date so quickly? I can only remember buying Grid Autosport probably about 2 years ago on Xbox 360, and now nobody plays it at all. You played it last week though, Dan. Well done. Good for you. Xbox One is now my console of choice, and therefore Project Cars, Forza 5 and 6, and Rocket League, pretty much. Yes, I know, sad enough to play Rocket League, but it is very, very good fun. So while all of you are giggling about the dance moves in the background on the bottom camera, you can just about make out a lot of bits and pieces in the background of people settling in for the night. You might even be able to see in the dark and the gloom there some sleeping bags starting to make their way out, or at least variations of sleeping bags. And there are some very good variations of sleeping bags here, including somebody who has actually brought along a fold-out bed and is sleeping next to the Mazda. Which is a very good idea. So everybody is starting to... Yes, I would like to start up the Mazda and rev it up just to see what would happen. Yes, it could be, you know, from afar, that's a storm of bees entering the world. So the battle for fourth position, still Purple Helmets, Team Misfits and Team Race Logic. A few laps between each other now. We're looking at the Misfits in their Viper, and it really does look the business at the moment, that car. Everybody seems to think it is their favourite looking car. It's the one car that seems to invoke terror when people see it in their rearview mirrors. Every time anybody looks at the car in their rearview mirrors, they do kind of fall off the road. So it does kind of happen. But now we are going to make our way through the list of drivers and teams once again. Simply Ace leading. 3 laps clear of the Fiction Racing Aston. 2 laps further back are the Downforce Racing Aston. They are 2 laps now ahead of Purple Helmets in their Ferrari. Misfits, a bit of a tank slapper there through turn 3, but they're 3 laps back, 10 laps off the lead in 5th position. A further lap back is Race Logic Ferrari in 6th. 7th place and 15 laps off the lead are the Mangoes Racing Team. Then it is Triple One Motorsport in 8th position. 9th place for Barracuda in 22 laps off the lead lap, and their close companions are Storm and Camel. They're on the same lap. They're the only 2 teams on the same lap as each other, I should point out. Mission Motorsport are there in 11th position at the moment, and 8 laps behind them are Team Red Shirts. So that is the way things currently stand. 12 car teams, obviously, 12 teams in the race, and we currently have a fairly even spread of the teams at the moment, with Simply Ace still lapping in the 133s at the moment. Downforce's man Tom Brooks is currently on the 137s, losing about 2 seconds or so a lap to Purple Helmets, but there's 2 laps there, and it looks like there's still plenty of time to go in Tom Brooks' stint. He's actually double stinting as well, and I don't mind that, actually, to be fair. I'd rather prolong my stint in the car as long as possible. I did say that it was probably not going to be until around the midnight mark that I was going to be getting in the car. I'm actually scheduled